Chapter 449. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from the scroll in the sky. A large amount of gray gas came down from the scroll and formed a giant dragon. It let out a roar and charged toward the peacock above Lu Mei to devour it. The peacock let out a shrill cry. That cry was clear, as if it could pierce through the 9 heavens. She lifted her head high, and her peacock tail bloomed in a demonic manner. As it shone, 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple immediately shone with a demonic light and a deep sense of ruthlessness and indifference. Suddenly, a new domain appeared beneath the painting of the cycle of life and death. This domain contained a ruthlessness that could cause the frost to grow colder and could cause the 4 seasons to change. Wang Lin felt this cold domain from inside the valley. It was a kind of ruthlessness, a kind of coldness from the heavens. At this moment, the peacock was only an illusion. The one who was truly looking at the dragon was Lu Mei. Her gaze was cold, ruthless, and proud. Although this gaze was similar to red butterflies' ruthlessness was very different from ruthlessness. Only people with feelings would cut off their friendship. This is ruthlessness. As for the Tian surname, he was a merciless person. He was merciless and merciless, so he was naturally 1 level higher. The heavens let out a roar and arrived next to the peacock. In a flash, it collapsed and turned into a mass of gray gas that surrounded the peacock. Nothing in the world can escape life and death. If it exists, then it will continue to exist. If it should dissipate, then it will dissipate. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He thought of Li Muan. The peacock let out another cry, and the rainbow light on its body fused together to form a rainbow that pierced through the gray gas and into the sky. It fused with the landscape on the painting. The most beautiful things in the world are often the most ruthless. The rainbow is beautiful and receives the attention of billions of people, but it is also ruthless. No one can make it stay. It was just like a peacock screen. Although it was beautiful, it was nothing more than dust. As the rainbow merged with the painting in the sky, the colors within it were no longer black and white. Instead, there was a hint of color. The gray aura around the sparrow was no longer a single color. Instead, it was complemented by other colors. 999 illusions. Just 1 more, and I'll be able to cultivate 1,000 illusions. Wang Lin, where is that illusion? If that's all you've got, if you don't use the Honorable Soul banner, then you disappoint me. I could have attacked you the first time we met in the Soul Refining School, but you were too weak back then. Your intent wasn't even at the peak of the soul transformation stage, so you couldn't solidify it.
Right now, your domain has reached the great circle of divinity transformation, and you can materialize it, but why is it still like this? If you only have these methods, then today, you won't be able to form the final illusion. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. He raised his head and looked at the painting of the cycle of life and death in the sky, remaining silent. The painting was filled with 7 colors, but the black and white domains weren't all there was to it. The mountains and rivers in the painting gradually became more realistic. Not only were there colors, but even the trees on the mountain that were originally painted with 2 colors were now filled with green. You said that what should exist, and what should dissipate, but did you really do that? Wang Lin, I never thought that your domain would have such a big flaw. No wonder you never wanted to use your domain to attack, so that's why. Lu Mei's voice was filled with a strong sense of disappointment. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He waved his right hand and a pink mist flew out from his bag of holding. In a flash, it flew into the painting in the sky. What should dissipate will naturally dissipate, but what should exist, if it dissipates, I definitely won't allow it. Lu Mei, I'm here to deliver your final illusion, Wang Lin coldly said. At this moment, a speck of pink appeared in the life and death painting in the sky. This speck of pink revealed the shadow of a delicate body. This shadow wasn't Li Muan, but the little sister fairy that Su Ligua spoke of. The third ancestor of the forsaken, immortal clan cultivated a sliver of her domain when she turned into a cultivator. When the third ancestor returned to the forsaken immortal clan, she gave up on her domain, causing her origin soul to collapse. However, this sliver of domain was extremely tough and never dissipated. After Wang Lin obtained it, he put it inside his bag of holding. This was his real ace against Lu Mei. In truth, before he received Zhou Wutai's jade about Lu Mei's domain, Wang Lin already had this plan in mind. Although this plan was vicious, if Lu Mei was stubborn, then Wang Lin wouldn't have hesitated to use it. Later, when he saw Zhou Wutai's jade, he was even more certain that this sliver of domain was what he needed to deal with Lu Mei. In order to break the ruthless Tao, one must have the most yin and silver domain in the world. One must use the desire of silver to break the ruthless Tao. At the same time, a burst of evil laughter came from the painting. Meiji's demonic figure gradually became more solid. She seemed to be moaning inside the life and death painting as she said, "What a vicious heart to trap me there for so long. Now that you have a use for me, you let me out. Wang Lin, could it be that your heart is made of stone? However, this lowly one really likes this physical body." As she spoke, she began to laugh. This laughter caused even Wang Lin's mind to tremble. It took him a long time to recover. A black mist appeared on the celestial sword and Su Ligua appeared. He stared at Meiji with lust in his eyes. "This is..." Lu Mei's hesitant voice came from the peacock. There was no pity in Wang Lin's eyes as he softly said, "The Tao of life and death, reincarnation." The painting in the sky suddenly closed. It was as if two raging waves were crashing into each other from the north and south. The painting closed with a snap. After it closed, the rainbow immediately shattered and the seven-colored light was forced out. However, the painting suddenly trembled and then suddenly spread to the north and south. However, there were no longer mountains and rivers in the painting, there was only the figure of a woman. This woman was extremely beautiful, and her eyes were filled with evil. She covered her mouth and let out a chuckle. She jumped out of the painting and turned into a pink mist. She descended from the sky toward the giant peacock above Lu Mei. A trace of hesitation could be seen in the eyes of the peacock. This gaze directly conveyed Lu Mei's current feelings. This kind of hesitation was rarely seen on her. "Lu Mei, didn't you want the last illusion?" Wang Lin calmly asked. The hesitation in the peacock's eyes disappeared, and it returned to its previous indifference. Lu Mei's voice came from within, "Wang Lin, you're so despicable." Wang Lin's expression remained the same. At this moment, the pink mist that Meiji had turned into moved like a meteor. It split in half and entered the peacock's eyes before disappearing. The peacock's body suddenly released waves of pink mist. This mist was filled with an aphrodisiac aura. The peacock's body trembled and collapsed into specks of light that disappeared, revealing Lu Mei, who was sitting on the altar. At this moment, her face was a rosy red color. This made her already beautiful appearance even more vibrant and could make anyone's heart beat faster. However, Wang Lin's gaze was still cold. Wang Lin didn't care if Meiji's soul realm could successfully devour Lu Mei. He also didn't care if Lu Mei could finish the last illusion. To be more accurate, there was no deep hatred between him and Lu Mei. All of this was a bit complicated. If Lu Mei hadn't insisted on fighting, Wang Lin wouldn't have used Meiji. Just as Lu Mei had said, using Meiji to break Lu Mei's emotionless path with the evil silver intent was too despicable. However, Wang Lin didn't care about any of this. His body moved and he walked forward. As long as he entered the altar, he would be teleported to Rosefinch's tomb. Wang Lin had already made up his mind. He would first search for the first Rosefinch's tomb. If he could find it, that would be for the best. If he couldn't find it, then he would search for the king of spiritual creatures and take back his fate soul. After obtaining his fate soul, Wang Lin wouldn't care about Suzaku anymore. He would immediately leave Suzaku and leave this place. During these years, Wang Lin had a feeling that the Tuo Sun in the land of the ancient god was about to break free from God Ji's control. Once he does, Wang Lin knew that he wouldn't be able to fight back against him. At this moment, on the continent of Rosefinch, in the eastern part of the country of Rosefinch, the forsaken immortal clan's first ancestor, Yunzi, the third ancestor, and the two 10-leaf ancestral spirits were sitting together in the lotus position. Their life plants were flashing between their eyebrows, giving off a demonic glow. There was a skull between them. There was a rune engraved on the skull. This rune was countless times more complex than the ones Wang Lin had obtained. There was simply no way to compare. In particular, there was an unimaginably powerful aura condensed on top of the skull. Ancestor Su received guidance from the ancient god of my planet Tattoo and broke through to the 11-leaf stage, becoming the third 12-leaf shaman in the history of my clan. His skull tattoo already contains godly power. This time, we should be able to send one person into Rosefinch's tomb. Yunzi's eyes were filled with respect as he looked at the skull. The first ancestor slowly said, "Then, who will go?" The third ancestor, that charming woman, was no longer in the mood to smile. She let out a sigh and said, "It would be best if the first ancestor goes. Unfortunately, the first ancestor's body is at the bottom of the forsaken immortal clan. I don't know if your tattoo soul will be affected in Rosefinch's tomb. How about?" Just as she got to this point, her expression suddenly changed. She looked toward the direction of Rosefinch's tomb, and a strange expression appeared on her face. That sliver of my domain from back then is actually trying to possess someone. How could I let her do as she wishes? Ask for the next monthly ticket. Chapter 450. Yunzi was startled and asked, "The silver demonic domain you had back then?" The third ancestor nodded and said, "That's the silver demonic domain you had back then. If it succeeds, it will take away a part of my origin. How could I let it succeed? After I separated it back then, I didn't expect it to be obtained by a little cultivator. I presume that little cultivator is currently in Rosefinch's tomb. Although I am unable to indirectly destroy that sliver of concept, I can cause it to change. It is fine if it is an ordinary situation, but during the process of possession, this slight change can cause the possession to fail." After the third ancestor finished speaking, she pointed at the spot between her eyebrows, and the strange plant on her forehead began to move strangely. Runes came out from between her eyebrows and slowly disappeared into the void. Inside Rosefinch's tomb, Wang Lin walked into the altar and immediately felt a teleportation power appear. He squatted down and placed his right hand on the altar, preparing to teleport out. Just at this moment, a large amount of pink mist came out of Lu Mei's orifices without any warning. Mei Ji's cry of alarm echoed. How could this be? There is a power similar to my origin interfering with my possession. How could this be? Ever since Mei Ji was born, she had no memories of the past. This was the first time she had encountered something like this. When she entered Lu Mei's body and was trying to break Lu Mei's domain, she suddenly felt a stabbing pain from the depths of her soul. This pain immediately caused her to lose all of her abilities, and an extreme sense of weakness filled her body. As a result, she was immediately attacked by Lu Mei's domain and was forced out of Lu Mei's body. The moment Mei Ji rushed out of Lu Mei's orifices, Lu Mei opened her eyes and softly said, "The last illusion, you can't escape." As Lu Mei spoke, a large amount of pink mist was sucked back into her orifices. Mei Ji let out a scream, but her body was still weak. She revealed a trace of despair, but she immediately clenched her teeth and said, "Since I can't possess her, merge with her." After saying that, Mei Ji used some unknown method, but her soul began to shine with a demonic light. Finally, with a bang, it collapsed. Even the strand of demonic silver domain was destroyed, and everything was sucked into Lu Mei's body. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The moment Wang Lin looked at Lu Mei, Mei Ji collapsed. In that instant, a torrential pink mist poured out of every pore on Lu Mei's body. Lu Mei's clothes immediately dissipated and turned to dust. What appeared before Wang Lin was an extremely beautiful, mesmerizing body. Wang Lin's body didn't have time to teleport away as the pink mist spread out. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he waved his right hand and a gust of wind filled with celestial spiritual force blew toward the pink mist. However, no matter how fast he retreated, the pink mist didn't stop at all. It was as if it existed in the void and wasn't affected by the wind at all. The speed at which it spread was too fast. As Wang Lin retreated, some of the pink mist entered his body through his pores. However, there wasn't much pink mist that entered his body. Wang Lin circulated his celestial spiritual force to suppress it. His expression was gloomy as he quickly retreated to avoid the pink mist. This pink mist isn't a spell, it's formed by a domain, so spells are useless against it. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he looked at the pink mist in the valley. A beautiful figure walked out from the mist and gradually revealed her face. Lu Mei's originally white and flawless skin was now filled with the color of a rose. Her eyes, in particular, occasionally revealed a ruthless expression, and occasionally flickered with a lustful light. Her expression was filled with a painful struggle. At that moment, the mercilessness in Lu Mei's eyes disappeared and was replaced by lust. A beautiful smile appeared on her face as she pointed at the air with her right hand. Instantly, the pink mist around her was released and spread at an unimaginable speed. This spread was like a shock wave that contained a powerful force. It was as if everything was collapsing. The speed at which the pink mist spread was much faster than what Wang Lin could do. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers had turned into a pink world. The peaks of the mountain range were covered by the pink mist, giving off the illusion of a dream. Wang Lin was not far from Lu Mei. He was at the center of the pink mist. If he held his breath and circulated his domain, he would barely be able to avoid it. However, when Wang Lin retreated, there was already a trace of pink mist in his body. Although it had been suppressed and he only needed to find a place to cultivate for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he didn't have that time. As the pink mist surrounded him, the pink mist inside his body broke through the suppression and spread throughout his body. This caused Wang Lin to lose his mind for the first time. Lu Mei's dry illusion emotionless Tao had reached the mid-stage of soul transformation. The 1,000 illusions were actually 999 illusions, and each illusion represented a life of Lu Mei's. Just like Lu Mei in the Tian Dao sect, each illusion was only one of her real body's illusions. Lu Mei had experienced 999 of these illusions. She was only one illusion away from reaching the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. As long as she had enough celestial jades and the celestial spiritual energy in her body reached a critical point, she would be able to take the final step toward the ascendant stage. One step would lead to death, and one step would lead to the ascendant stage. Meiji's appearance was a severe test for Lu Mei. If it wasn't for the help of the third ancestor, Lu Mei would have been possessed by Meiji and become a puppet that only knew how to enjoy the flesh. This was why, in her eyes, Wang Lin was despicable. The unintentional help of the third ancestor forced Meiji to collapse and fuse with her. As a result, her life became Lu Mei's 1,000th illusion. At this moment, her domain was far stronger than Wang Lin's early-stage soul transformation life and death domain. He naturally couldn't resist it. The pink mist spread out for tens of thousands of kilometers and gradually closed in on the valley. This gathering was finally completed on the second day. However, the pink fog within the valley did not disappear. Occasionally, a woman's somewhat pained moan would be emitted from within the fog. However, her voice was filled with a beautiful feeling. It was just like the soft melody of a fairy, causing one's heart to be moved upon hearing it, causing one's heart to surge. After an unknown amount of time, the pink mist gradually thinned, revealing a woman lying on the edge of the altar. Her eyes gradually became clear. There was a shock wave from a teleportation on the altar. It was clear that someone had just teleported away. A moment later, all the pink mist dissipated and the valley returned to its original color. The woman sat up and frowned. She reached out with her right hand and a bag of holding flew into her hand. There was a flash of white light and the woman's naked body was hidden under a white robe. She stood up, looked down at the red spots on the altar, and began to ponder. I didn't expect the last illusion of the thousand illusion merciless Tao to be this illusion. Once this illusion appears, the domain immediately becomes the dry illusion merciless Tao. All of this seems like a dream, yet it's so real. I never imagined that the final illusion of my willow brows thousand illusion heartless Tao would be obtained in such a manner. Master wanted me to leave behind my figure in his Tao heart, but unfortunately, Master never imagined that my final illusion would contain his aura. Lu Mei's eyebrows furrowed as she looked into the distance and let out a sigh. This sigh revealed a complicated feeling. Her heart was at a loss. All of this had exceeded her expectations. Inside Rosefinch's tomb, in a wasteland, Wang Lin's figure appeared. After he appeared, he looked at the sky with a complicated gaze. When he was being absorbed by the pink mist, he felt like he was in a dream. When he woke up, he saw the woman below him. At that moment, his emotions were in turmoil. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave Lu Mei's matter aside. It's useless to overthink it, sigh. Wang Lin let out a sigh and touched his forehead. The heaven-defying orb was there. There, Li Muan's nascent soul was slowly being nourished and gradually recovering. One day, she would awaken. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, before he disappeared into the distance. The interior of Rosefinch's tomb was different from what Situ Nan had told him. According to Situ Nan, the interior of Rosefinch's tomb wasn't big, and there was a spiritual mountain at the center. At the center of the mountain was the legacy of the first Rosefinch's son, the Rosefinch's seal, which was also where Bai Xiao's corpse was located. Every generation of Rosefinch would have to cultivate here for a few months to receive the legacy of Rosefinch's seal. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and scanned the area. This place was too big for him to see, but when he scanned the area, he found many powerful auras. After these auras detected Wang Lin's divine sense, they immediately appeared as if they were provoking him. Wang Lin's heart trembled. These auras were all made from soul pieces. It was clear that not only were there more soul pieces inside Rosefinch's tomb, they were also stronger. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After determining the direction, he quickly flew off into the distance. His first goal was to find the spiritual mountain, which was the center of this place. He knew that he didn't have much time. Once the cultivation planet crystal collapses, he would have to use Situ Nan's method to save his life. The cultivation planet crystal was very tyrannical. It was given to rank 6 cultivation countries by the Cultivation Alliance. Only when a cultivator reaches the ascendant stage can they experience the feeling of reaching the ascendant stage and have the chance to withdraw their soul piece from the cultivation planet crystal. However, every generation of Rosefinch's son couldn't withdraw their soul piece. If they did, they would lose the right to use the Rosefinch's seal. In a way, they would lose the title of Rosefinch's son. Chapter 451. However, not all ascendant cultivators can succeed. The chance is only 50%. If a rank 5 cultivation country can reach the ascendant stage, or if a rank 6 cultivation country can reach the ascendant stage, then they can take the soul pieces of a cultivator and leave the cultivation planet without any suspense. Yongzi's soul piece wasn't successfully taken out. In fact, no one on Suzaku, including the Forsaken Immortal clan, had their soul piece taken out. The main reason for this was because the cultivation planet crystal was sealed by Situ Nan. Although the sealed cultivation planet crystal prevented Rosefinch's sun from controlling Suzaku, it also prevented anyone from taking out their soul piece when they were about to reach the ascendant stage. On some of the more powerful rank 7 or 8 cultivation planets, aside from the chance to take out their soul piece when they are about to reach the ascendant stage, some of the more powerful sects that are as big as a rank 6 cultivation planet have their own ways to avoid the restriction of the cultivation planet crystal. If it wasn't for this, then there wouldn't be any wars or disputes in the cultivation alliance. At this moment there was a giant planet in the distance. From above, one could see countless rays of sword energy flying around the planet. They weren't fighting, but traveling. This cultivation planet was simply too big. It was dozens of times the size of Suzaku, and the number of mortals on it far exceeded the number of mortals on Suzaku. As a result, there were naturally a lot more cultivators on the planet. Around this giant cultivation planet were 5 smaller planets. They surrounded the main planet, and there were also many cultivators on them. There were even smaller planets scattered around the main planet, and each of them was protected by a large formation. The largest planet was planet Tianyun. The surrounding 5 smaller planets were subsidiary planets of the rank 7 cultivation planet Tianyun. As for the smaller star mansions, they were created by powerful old monsters. Without an invitation from the master, outsiders were not allowed to enter. Compared to it, planet Suzaku was simply too insignificant, it was simply too small. There were many sects on planet Tianyun, but the most prominent one was the Heavenly Fate sect. The Heavenly Fate sect believed that all fate in the world was predetermined, it couldn't be forced or avoided. This principle gave the sect a sense of celestial dust. The person who set this principle was someone that almost all cultivators on planet Tianyun respected. His name was Tianyunzi. At this moment, inside the Heavenly Fate sect, Tianyunzi opened his eyes. He had a kind expression and his white hair flowed in the wind. However, he didn't look old at all, instead, he gave off a sense of transcendence. His eyes were even brighter than some people in their prime. There wasn't a hint of death aura on his body, only a powerful sense of vitality. He was inside the Heavenly Fate sect's Celestial Fate Pavilion. At this moment, his eyes revealed a mysterious light and he muttered to himself, "Back then, when I went to visit an old friend, I passed by a half-abandoned cultivation planet and met a child. When he was at the soul formation stage, he comprehended the life and death cycle of the reincarnation cycle and wanted to trace the origin of the reincarnation cycle. Not many people can do this, so the old man took him in as an honorary disciple for 100 years. Today, I suddenly realized something. I'm afraid this child will arrive soon. I wonder what his current cultivation level is. If he isn't at the late stage of soul formation, then even if he comes, he will disappoint me." Tianyunzi pondered a bit before shaking his head and closing his eyes once more. Inside Rosefinch's tomb, Wang Lin slowed down and didn't spread his divine sense too far. There were a lot of life spirit creatures here, and some of them were even troublesome for Wang Lin to deal with. If he didn't use the 1 billion soul flag, he wouldn't be able to deal with them. Wang Lin was very careful along the way. Once he sensed danger, he would immediately turn around and go around it. As a result, his journey immediately slowed down. On this day, Wang Lin could see 2 sky-piercing mountains. There was a small winding path between the mountains, and the end couldn't be seen. Surrounding the mountain peak were dense forests and mountain streams. Wang Lin stood at the foot of the mountain and pondered for a while. His eyes lit up. He had been walking inside Rosefinch's tomb for a few days. After some observation, if he followed this path, he would be able to enter the center of the tomb. However, along the way, Wang Lin clearly felt that the deeper he went, the more life spirit creatures there were. There were many powerful ones, and they were far from what Wang Lin could provoke. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin moved and walked toward the winding path between the 2 mountains. With every step he took, he was on guard, constantly observing his surroundings. Life spirit creatures were unpredictable and could transform into any form. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would be attacked. As he walked along the path, Wang Lin looked at the mountain walls on both sides. He saw that there were wet spots on them. The surface was extremely smooth, and there were even some places where water was dripping. After walking a few hundred feet, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed, and he thought that something was wrong. He carefully looked at the mountain walls on both sides, and his eyes flickered. If this place was wet all year round, there would definitely be some moss-like plants growing. After all, along the way, Rosefinch's tomb was no different from the outside world. But here, the humidity seems to have just appeared. Wang Lin's right index finger touched the rock wall beside him like lightning. With a flash of spirit light, it immediately sank into the rock, forming a small hole that was a foot deep. Half a foot of the hole was wet, but the other half was dry. Wang Lin did not stop and immediately retreated. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated from the winding path. The moment he left, all the wet water stains on the rock walls under the two mountains immediately seeped out of the rock. Drops of crystal-clear water droplets floated in the air of the winding path like crystals. These water droplets were densely packed, and there were probably no less than hundreds of thousands of them. Each one represented a life spirit. In front of Wang Lin, these water droplets suddenly moved and gathered together, forming a human-shaped object. Its body squirmed strangely and gradually solidified. Finally, it turned into a woman. This woman's appearance was ordinary, but there was a strange aura around her. After appearing, she stared coldly at Wang Lin and slowly said, "You can't go in." Wang Lin slowly retreated. If there was a life spirit that he didn't want to provoke the most, it would be a spiritual being formed by a water life spirit. This kind of spiritual being was the most difficult to deal with among all spiritual beings. Although the spiritual being in front of him only had the strength of a soul formation cultivator, it was still very difficult to deal with. Water existed between heaven and earth. It could be divided or dispersed. Even if it was sealed, it was difficult to completely cover it. A few days ago, Wang Lin encountered a water spiritual being. It was extremely difficult to deal with it, so he had to give up and take a detour. Therefore, after sensing that there might be a water life spirit here, Wang Lin did not hesitate to retreat. As he retreated, Wang Lin's divine sense swept the depths of the valley in front of him. Before, he was worried that it would cause some unnecessary trouble, so he didn't spread his divine sense too much. But now, since the water life spirit had appeared, he immediately swept the area with his divine sense. Then, Wang Lin's expression changed. In the depths, he saw a person. This person was an acquaintance. He was fighting with a rather powerful water life spirit. Between the two of them, this person had the upper hand. However, after Wang Lin saw the water life spirit fighting with this person, he didn't know why, but he felt as if his mind was connected. This feeling was not deep, but it existed clearly. Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat and he retreated. When the woman formed by the water life spirit saw Wang Lin retreat, she immediately turned into water droplets and rushed into the depths of the valley. Wang Lin stood outside the valley and pondered for a while. No, why does the water life spirit in the depths of the valley give me such a strange feeling? I don't have a water spirit root, so my life spirit can't be a water life spirit. This is strange. Wang Lin frowned slightly. He paced outside the valley for a while and was about to leave. Suddenly, his expression changed and he turned back. At this moment, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his heart. It was as if in the depths of the valley, there was a life spirit that was weakly calling out to him. Wan Air. Wang Lin's expression changed. He understood that Wan Air was in the heaven-defying bead, and the heaven-defying bead existed in Wang Lin's Yuan Shen between his eyebrows. In this way, he could naturally sense Li Muan's life spirit. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. This time, without any hesitation, he turned into a ray of light and charged into the depths of the valley. Just as his body charged into the valley, the woman formed by the water life spirit appeared and blocked in front of Wang Lin. She raised her right hand and a large amount of water vapor filled the entire winding path. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. Without a word, he touched his bag of holding and took out the celestial sword. He threw it forward and let out a roar. His left hand immediately pressed between his eyebrows. At this moment, Wang Lin's body suddenly stopped and he closed his eyes. His origin soul suddenly flew out from the top of his head and turned into a giant soul spirit. It moved several times faster than lightning and chased after the celestial sword. In almost the blink of an eye, Wang Lin's origin soul rushed into the body of the woman formed by the water life spirit. At the same time, the celestial sword pierced through the woman's chest. The woman let out a miserable groan and her life spirit immediately collapsed. However, Wang Lin's origin soul had already entered her body. The moment the life spirit collapsed, his origin soul split into 2, then 4, then 8. At an extremely fast speed, it split into countless pieces and entered each life spirit. At the same time, a roar came from Wang Lin's origin soul. Seal. Suddenly, restrictions spread out from Wang Lin's origin soul. In the blink of an eye, all the water droplets were sealed. After doing all of this, he immediately flew out from the water droplets and quickly entered the body that was thrown forward. Chapter 452. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his origin soul returned to his sheath. He waved his hand and the celestial sword flew toward him. Holding the celestial sword in his hand, he quickly left this place and headed toward the depths of the valley. Shortly after Wang Lin left, a series of popping sounds came from the sealed water droplets. All of the water droplets turned into mist and reformed into the woman's figure once more. A seal could only temporarily imprison a water life form, it couldn't completely seal it. The woman's eyes revealed a vicious gaze. She turned into mist again and charged toward the depths of the valley. Wang Lin's speed was very fast. In just a few flashes, he arrived at the depths of the valley. There was a half-naked, hunchbacked old man with a gloomy expression. Before him were countless glowing tattoos. These tattoos formed a large circle, and inside the circle was a ball of water made of water. This ball of water seemed to be boiling. There was a plant with 8 leaves on the old man's forehead. It extended in a demonic manner, and a powerful runic energy spread arrogantly from his body. The hunchbacked old man said, "The old man can't kill you, but he can refine your life forms. You will need time to solve your doubts, so he won't have time to chase after the old man." This old man was the one who chased Wang Lin into the spatial rift in the immortal graveyard. He used the ancestral tattoo to communicate with the forsaken immortal clan and was saved by them. His anger toward Wang Lin caused him to go on a killing spree when the forsaken immortal clan arrived. Out of all the 8-leaf shamans, he had killed the most people. Wang Lin's appearance startled the old man. When he was fighting the water-type life form, he was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would have lost. He could only focus on the battle, and Wang Lin's cultivation level was much higher than before. He had already reached the early stage of soul transformation. That was why the old man didn't notice Wang Lin. "It's you!" When the old man saw Wang Lin, a cold light appeared in his eyes. He raised his head to the sky and laughed. His right hand grasped at the rune in front of him. Suddenly, a rune flew out from the water life spirit and turned into a black light that sped towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin grunted coldly. After he arrived here, he didn't stop at all. At practically the instant the hunchbacked old man noticed him, his figure transformed into an afterimage that suddenly appeared beside the circle of symbols that trapped the water life soul, and then he raised the immortal sword in his hand and suddenly slashed down. With a loud bang, the rune circle trapping the water life spirit began to crack, and the runes collapsed one by one. The hunchbacked old man roared. His body moved, turning into a beam of light as he charged at Wang Lin. He pressed his hand forward, and an ancient rune appeared on his palm, emitting a demonic glow. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Without a word, his right hand reached out and the 1 billion soul flag appeared in his hand. The moment this 30-foot-long soul flag appeared, it would give off a sense of awe even before it appeared. The hunchbacked old man's charge couldn't help but pause. This is... His heart trembled. He vaguely recognized this flag, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Wang Lin shook the 1 billion soul flag in his hand. Suddenly, waves of ghostly wails came out. One by one, the souls charged out, especially the golden-purple qilin. After it appeared, it let out a roar that shook the heavens and pierced through the earth. After it appeared, it opened its bloody mouth and pounced at the hunchbacked old man. Behind the qilin, more than 10 soul transformation primary souls appeared one by one. Suddenly, the entire valley was surrounded by these souls, and they all charged at the hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man cursed in his heart. Without any hesitation, he quickly retreated. If there were only 1 or 2 soul transformation soul fragments, he wouldn't be afraid. After all, soul fragments were soul fragments, and they couldn't compare to real cultivators. Even if there were 3 to 5 soul transformation soul fragments, he could still escape. Even in a battle, he was confident that he could end in a draw. However, there were too many soul transformation soul fragments, and with his cultivation level, he couldn't fight them all. The golden-purple qilin posed an even greater threat to him. The moment he saw the beast, he felt a sense of shock. Also, aside from these, there were hundreds of millions of normal soul fragments. How could he dare to resist? He could only quickly retreat. He never would have thought that in less than 100 years, this junior that he had chased like a stray dog would not only reach the early stage of soul transformation, but also possess the legendary 1 billion soul flag that even the Forsaken Immortal clan feared. The hunchbacked old man could even feel that a large portion of these normal soul fragments contained the aura of the Forsaken Immortal clan. These must be the Forsaken Immortal clan members that were captured by the soul refinement technique. The moment the hunchbacked old man retreated, the woman that was chasing Wang Lin appeared. When she saw what was happening in the valley, her eyes lit up. She turned into a mist of water and silently pounced at the hunchbacked old man. Wang Lin didn't have time to deal with the hunchbacked old man. After releasing the 1 billion soul flag, the celestial sword in his hand continued to chop down on the tattoos. As the tattoos rumbled, even more cracks appeared on the tattoos, trapping the water-type soul fragment. The water-life soul Fey inside immediately transformed from a ball of water back into a human form. It was now a woman. The moment Wang Lin saw this woman, his calm heart trembled. This woman's appearance was somewhat similar to Li Muan's. As Wang Lin swung the sword one last time, the circle of tattoos collapsed. The woman inside let out a charming smile as her body turned into a cloud of water mist and quickly charged out of the circle. Wang Lin had noticed this a long time ago, so how could he let her escape? However, this woman's cultivation level was much higher than the water-type soul fragment that blocked his way. Her cultivation level was almost the same as a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator's cultivation level. Adding on the fact that she was immortal, even the hunchbacked old man couldn't do anything but try to trap her. The moment the woman that looked like Li Muan walked out, Wang Lin took a deep breath. With a thought, the countless soul fragments gathered together. Aside from the ones that were chasing the hunchbacked old man, the rest were all gathered here. A powerful pressure suddenly filled the area. The woman's expression was normal as she looked around. Finally, her gaze landed on Wang Lin. She smiled and said, "You saved me, but now you want to trap me. What is the meaning of this?" Wang Lin's expression was cold as he calmly said, "Do you want to live or die?" The woman immediately smiled sweetly and said, No one can kill me here. Even if they trap me, I will be able to escape after spending a bit of time. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he softly said, "Soul fragments fuse." As soon as the word left his mouth, the countless souls in the surroundings began to fuse with each other in a frenzy, merging with the main soul at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, all the soul fragments disappeared, leaving behind only 6 primary souls. Each of them gave off an aura far stronger than a late-stage soul transformation cultivator, but not the aura of an ascendant cultivator. The 6 primary souls surrounded the woman. Their eyes were cold and revealed a hint of coldness. Wang Lin shouted, "Destroy!" With one word, the 6 primary souls began to move. Each of them used a spell to attack the woman. The woman let out a charming smile, then her body turned into a cloud of water mist and scattered. This was what Wang Lin was waiting for. Only when the woman's body turned into water or mist would he be able to find Li Muwen's soul fragment. However, just as Wang Lin and the 6 primary souls left, the entire valley suddenly trembled. This tremble came from the ground. Not only this place, but the entire Rosefinch's tomb, both inside and outside, all the mountains were shaking. This was the entire Rosefinch's tomb shaking. As the shaking became more intense, the sky began to crack. It was as if there were countless giant hands tearing the sky apart. Suddenly, numerous spatial cracks appeared, and the cold wind that blew out from them could instantly freeze a person's body. The spatial cracks here were not like those in the outside world. Even if one entered one, as long as one's cultivation reached a certain level, one would not die. This place was different. The spatial cracks here only looked the same, but in reality they weren't spatial cracks. They were called dimensional cracks. These dimensional cracks were created by the mysterious power of the cultivation planet crystal. Even if it was a soul transformation cultivator, if they entered, their soul would immediately be destroyed. There were no exceptions. When the cultivation planet heart shattered, the collapse of the cultivation planet crystal began. Inside Rosefinch's tomb, the ground cracked and collapsed everywhere. Countless cultivators that entered died one after another. Even many of their soul fragments died in the face of this disaster. The entire Rosefinch's tomb was shrouded in a thick deathly aura. The valley that Wang Lin was in also couldn't escape. The ground cracked and turned into nothingness. Large amounts of dimensional cracks appeared and devoured everything around them. Wang Lin immediately took out the 1 billion soul flag to recall all the souls and quickly left. As for the old man's life and death, Wang Lin couldn't care less. His gaze was locked onto the woman that looked like Li Muwen. At this moment, the woman was in a trance and revealed an expression of fear that she had never shown before. Her body was slowly collapsing. Finally, with a bang, her entire body turned into countless water droplets. These water droplets collapsed one by one. This was true death. Wang Lin's figure was like lightning as he moved through the dimensional cracks. He arrived in front of the collapsing water droplets and reached out with his right hand. The moment he touched this water droplet, Wang Lin felt like he was touching Li Muwen. Chapter 453. After grabbing the water droplets, he quickly retreated, but a dimensional crack suddenly appeared in front of him. With a tearing sound, a large part of Wang Lin's clothes disappeared, as if they were swallowed by an invisible mouth. Cold sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead as he finally rushed out of the valley. This tremor only lasted for 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, the entire Suzaku tomb had changed beyond recognition. Countless cracks appeared on the ground and there were countless cracks in the sky. There were even many places that could be destroyed with just a burst of spirit force. Anyone who was inside would die along with them. At this moment, the danger level of the Rosefinch's tomb was even greater. The collapse of the cultivation planet crystal didn't happen in an instant. It was gradually collapsing. All of this was done on purpose by Rosefinch's son. This was his madness before his death, a game he played with Yangtze. After the shaking stopped, the valley that Wang Lin was in was razed to the ground. Everything disappeared like smoke, as if everything that had happened was just a dream. A gentle breeze blew away the cold sweat on Wang Lin's forehead. A chill appeared in his heart as he looked down at the ruins below him. There were arc-shaped cracks that would occasionally open and occasionally close. Holding Li Muan's life soul in his hand, Wang Lin pressed it against his forehead and entered the heaven-defying bead's space. He took a deep breath, moved his body, and slowly flew into the distance. While flying, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. His gaze landed on a mountain range that had mostly collapsed. Over there was a hunchbacked old man lying on top of a boulder. Only half of his body remained. His eyes were dim, and a weak origin soul was struggling to escape from his body. During the 10 breaths of time, a dimensional crack suddenly appeared. Not only did he lose half of his body, but he also lost his origin soul. The moment Wang Lin's gaze landed on the old man's origin soul immediately noticed it. His face became anxious as he came out of his body and was about to escape. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He let out a cold snort and immediately chased. The hunchbacked old man's origin soul was very weak. As he was escaping, there was a flash of ghostly light and an arc-shaped crack appeared before him. The old man let out a miserable scream. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. His origin soul was devoured by the dimensional crack. When the dimensional crack disappeared, the hunchbacked old man's origin soul disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin immediately stopped. After pondering for a bit, he looked into the distance. This rosefinch's tomb had become very dangerous. If he was a bit careless, he would lose his life. Wang Lin couldn't help but hesitate. A moment later, Wang Lin let out a sigh and flew into the distance. Suzaku, Sea of Devils. The Sea of Devils was one of the first places to be attacked by the Forsaken Immortal Clan. After all, it was very close to the Forsaken Immortal Clan. Adding on the fact that the fog that hadn't dissipated for tens of thousands of years had disappeared, the Sea of Devils had lost its natural barrier and was attacked by the other cultivation countries. In the end, the Sea of Devils was reduced to a vassal state. There was a person standing outside the chaotic broken stars in the Sea of Devils. This person was surrounded by a deathly aura, making it impossible to see his face. There were countless skeletons flashing around him, making it look like a forest of skeletons. He looked at the chaotic broken stars and revealed a look of hesitation. That sliver of divine retribution wasn't summoned by Shang-Ji. It was just a junior refining an ancient treasure. In these hundreds of years, the old man has traveled all over Suzaku and hasn't found a single ancient cultivator. I'm really hungry now. Only here can I smell the scent of an ancient cultivator. Unfortunately, this place is too dangerous. Should I go or not? This person pondered a bit, then his eyes lit up and he shook his head. Forget it, I can't throw away my life for the sake of food. The old man's injuries have recovered a bit, so it is time to leave Suzaku. If I am found by Situnan, I won't be able to beat him in my current state. This person's eyes became cold and he muttered to himself, I wonder how Sword Saint Ling Tianho's old friend is doing on planet Tianyun. I might be able to ask him to help me deal with Situnan and find out the location of that mysterious bead. Just at this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked into the distance and calmly said, Back then you liked to hide. Pajuan, long time no see. A burst of hoarse laughter came from the void. Shortly after, the sky darkened and a large amount of sea water appeared in the sky. It carried a powerful aura as it roared toward the Sea of Devils. Above the waves, a man in a blue robe stepped on the waves and walked over step by step. There was a golden pattern embroidered on this person's robe. It looked very mysterious. Greedy wolf, do you also have designs on this place? This man's appearance was ordinary, but there was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. The person surrounded by death aura let out a snort and said, The old man is annoyed just by looking at you. Since you like this place, then go in. The old man is leaving. With that, his body flickered and disappeared. He turned into a ray of black light that pierced through the sky and disappeared into the distance. The man above the sea revealed a pondering expression. His body moved and he landed outside of the chaotic broken stars. The seawater under his feet immediately condensed into a dark blue crystal. After he landed, he blew an incense stick into his mouth. Strange, this greedy wolf never goes to places without treasures. Wherever he goes, there must be treasures. When I came to Suzaku 10,000 years ago, he had already stayed here for an unknown amount of time. Although he said it was to heal, it was still suspicious. Could it really be because of this place? The man pondered a bit, then his body moved and he walked into the chaotic broken stars. In the depths of the land of the lucky god, there was a man with messy, blood-red hair on top of the giant stone pillar. He suddenly raised his head that had been hanging down. His messy hair revealed a ferocious gaze. His blood-red eyes caused all living beings to feel fear when they looked at them. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Another one has come. The day I, Tua-sun, escape is very close, very close. Wang Lin, you have to keep my inheritance of knowledge safe and wait for me to collect it. Without my inheritance of power, it's useless for you to just have your memories. Furthermore, your inheritance of knowledge is not complete. There is still a memory inheritance crystal in my hands. After so many years, I searched the entire land of the ancient god and paid a great price to finally find the last memory inheritance crystal. After fusing with it, I remembered a lot of things. Over the years, I can often feel a mysterious power growing inside this planet. It's similar to the growth of my ancient god clan's youngest child. This power is what you cultivators call the cultivation planet crystal. Through this crystal, my seal can be broken and I can use the soul swap technique to leave this place. All of this is thanks to 2C. Back then, he chose this place to split his divine sense, causing some of the aboriginals here to worship him as a god. This matter was recorded in the last memory inheritance crystal. I also know that 2C gave them a response and told them to create a place to worship the ancient god. Although tens of thousands of years have passed and the aboriginals are all dead, the place where the Forsaken Immortal clan is hiding is the last place for them to worship the ancient god. I can use some of my spells there. That junior of the Forsaken Immortal clan is sleeping there. In order to obtain the cultivation planet crystal, I paid a great price to help that junior go from the 11-leaf stage to the 12-leaf stage. This allowed his entire clan to break out of their seal and slaughter the cultivators here. All of this is going according to my plan. The location of the cultivation planet crystal has finally been opened. Wang Lin, my messenger has met you again. You have changed a lot, but how could I, Tua-sun, ever forget you? Your appearance and your divine sense have been engraved in my heart. No matter where you go, I will be able to find you. Tua-sun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. His laughter echoed throughout the entire sea of blood, causing the waves within the sea of blood to surge, creating huge waves that swept in all directions. The red light in his eyes was several times more intense than the sea of blood. Wang Lin, the day I, Tua-sun, escape is near. After obtaining your inheritance, I will become an ancient god, an 8-star auspicious god. At that time, who among this star system will be my match? As Tua-sun laughed like crazy, squeaking sounds came from the sea of blood. 2 little monkeys popped their heads out of the sea of blood and jumped next to Tua-senator. The 2 little monkeys' eyes released a demonic red glow. At this moment, inside Rosefinch's tomb, the eyes of the old man who had left behind that eerie smile revealed a red glow. On his shoulder was a little monkey, and the red glow in its eyes became even brighter. The little monkey let out a squeak. The red glow in the old man's eyes disappeared, and he looked into the distance. The red glow in his eyes became even brighter. He's here. The old man's body moved. Just as he was about to take a step forward, the little monkey on his shoulder let out a roar. The old man's footsteps paused. After pondering for a bit, he turned around and left. His target was the center of Rosefinch's tomb. As the old man ran, the little monkey looked back with a red glow in its eyes. This old man was very fast. It was as if he could predict the dimensional rifts that appeared before him and easily pass through them. Although he was fast, he didn't encounter any danger. Not long after the old man left, a ray of light pierced through the sky and arrived. Wang Lin frowned as he looked in the direction the old man disappeared to and began to ponder. Chapter 454. Wang Lin pondered a bit, then he got up and flew into the distance. Along the way, he was very careful and spread out his divine sense. The dimensional gap that appeared out of nowhere gave him a headache. With it around, he couldn't increase his speed, so he could only slowly move forward. 2 days later, Wang Lin flew past many places that had turned into nothingness. In front of him was a large basin that was filled with a piercing aura that pierced the sky like sharp swords. He spread out his divine sense and found that there were at least tens of thousands of basins. They were so densely packed that he couldn't see the end of them. Inside each basin, there was a sword inserted deep into the ground. Although only half of the sword was exposed, the sword energy was very heavy. As soon as he entered, Wang Lin could clearly feel the dense sword energy. Metal soul. Wang Lin pondered. He had been inside Rosefinch's tomb for a long time. Everything inside the tomb was very different from what Situnan said. Wang Lin wasn't a slow person, so he already had his own analysis of what was happening. I'm afraid this Rosefinch's tomb is the cultivation planet crystal. Although I'm inside Rosefinch's tomb, I'm also inside the cultivation planet crystal. That's why there are so many life souls. That's why when the cultivation planet crystal collapses, those strange cracks appeared. These cracks are the collapse of the cultivation planet crystal. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he looked at the basin in front of him. This was only his speculation and analysis, so he couldn't be sure. Therefore, he needed to go to the center of the basin to see if there was a spirit mountain there. If there was, then his speculation was wrong. If there wasn't, then Wang Lin was sure that this place was the cultivation planet crystal. Wang Lin pondered a bit. After he spread out his divine sense, his heart suddenly trembled. At the center of the basin, there was a large basin. The edge of the basin was covered by a layer of ice that emitted a crystal light. The inside of the basin was dark blue, and it was impossible to see what was inside. However, the sword chi in this place was the heaviest. It was as if it could pierce through the heavens and the earth, emitting a disdainful aura. This aura was absolutely not something that an ordinary flying sword could emit. This aura wasn't unfamiliar to Wang Lin because he'd once seen something that was similar to this with his own 2 eyes in the immortal dimension. How could there be such a thing in this place? Wang Lin's eyes flashed. The basin in front of him was huge, and it would take too much time to go around it. Furthermore, there were bound to be other life spirits in the surroundings, so there was no difference in the degree of danger. In addition, the thing in the center of the basin gave him a sense of familiarity. This feeling was not of a particular life soul, but a general familiarity. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin walked step by step into the world of the basin. However, when he had walked 100 feet, the nearest basin in the distance suddenly emitted a thick chill. The sword that was stuck deep in the basin immediately rose from the ground and whistled out. This was an extremely ordinary white ladle sword. It was 3 feet long, 2 fingers thick, and its entire body was silvery white. The tip of the sword was pointed at Wang Lin, emitting a buzzing sound. Scram! A divine sense came from within the sword hum. This divine sense was extremely domineering and filled with pride. A life spirit formed by a metal life soul. I didn't expect it to be similar to a sword's soul. Wang Lin's eyes flashed when he sensed the divine sense from the sword. The sword intent coming from the basin in the center of this place was extremely similar to the celestial swords he'd seen in the immortal dimension. He touched his bag of holding and the celestial sword appeared in his hand. The moment the celestial sword appeared, the arrogant sword immediately dimmed like a firefly under the bright moon. Su Ligua! Wang Lin softly shouted. A black mist came out from the celestial sword and Su Ligua's figure appeared. As soon as he appeared, his eyes immediately turned to stare at the arrogant sword. He chuckled and said, "Grandson, although your grandpa Su became a sword soul halfway, before he finished speaking, the arrogant sword immediately trembled and retreated without any hesitation." This scene caused Su Ligua to be startled, but he immediately became arrogant and said, "Run? Did your grandpa Su let you run?" With that, his body moved and he quickly chased after Su Ligua with the celestial sword. A sword soul naturally needs a sword soul to restrain it, Wang Lin softly said as he raised his foot and walked forward. Su Ligua opened a path in front of Wang Lin. Wherever he went, all the swords in the basin immediately rushed out. When they saw Su Ligua, they immediately retreated. This scene was extremely strange. It was as if all the swords were afraid of Su Ligua. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he calmly looked at this scene and calmly stepped forward. Su Ligua was extremely excited at this moment. He repeatedly roared and flew here and there with the celestial sword. Occasionally, he would let out a loud roar. One by one, the celestial sword rose from the ground and flew toward the center of the basin. Once there, the celestial sword immediately stopped and floated in the air, emitting a dense sword intent and cold glint. Wang Lin followed behind Su Ligua and quickly flew toward the center of the basin. There weren't many dimensional rifts here. Along the way, Wang Lin only encountered 3. It could be seen that this was one of the few places that weren't too affected by the collapse of the cultivation planet Crystal. The deeper they went, the fewer dimensional rifts they encountered. Finally, Wang Lin used his full speed and flew like a meteor toward the center of the basin. Several hours later, the huge basin in the center was shaking. Looking from afar, there were countless celestial sword souls floating in the sky above the basin, emitting waves of sword hums. Before they even got close, Wang Lin could already feel the shocking sword aura inside. Su Ligua slowed down and didn't dare to move forward. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "Master, you see, I didn't slack off along the way and helped you chase all the celestial sword souls here. Now that there's nothing for me to do, why don't I return to the sword first and come out after you destroy all the celestial sword souls?" Su Ligua quickly returned to the celestial sword. However, when his body was halfway back, Wang Lin grabbed the celestial sword and threw it toward the basin full of celestial sword souls. Su Ligua screamed and immediately returned to the celestial sword. The celestial sword flashed and was about to escape. "If you can't break this place for me, then there's no point in keeping you alive." Wang Lin's cold voice echoed in Su Ligua's heart. He secretly cursed Wang Lin, but he didn't dare to escape. He clenched his teeth and let out a roar as he charged toward the celestial sword souls. His roar came from the celestial sword, and it was a heaven-shaking sword hum. This sword hymn pierced through the 9 heavens, and it caused the treasured swords on the ground to immediately open up a path. At this moment the dark blue fog on the ground began to churn rapidly, and at the same time, a crescent moon blade slowly flew out from the fog. Wang Lin revealed a trace of disappointment. When he felt the celestial aura, the first thing he thought of was riches. Although he didn't think it was possible, this feeling lingered. Unfortunately, the thing before him wasn't riches, but a crescent moon blade. Since ancient times, swords and blades were equally famous. However, swords had arrogance and blades had arrogance. If it was normal metal, then it would be fine. However, once it gained sentience and became a soul-like existence, it wouldn't be easy for it to fuse together. Not to mention the fact that it was worshipped by countless sword souls. This meant that this blade was not ordinary. However, no matter how extraordinary this item was, it was still made up of many fate souls. As a result, it was impossible to obtain it. Even if he held it in his hand, once it left this place, it would lose the restriction of the cultivation planet crystal's mysterious power. It would immediately collapse and return to its origin. Wang Lin let out a sigh and was about to summon the celestial sword back. However, just as he was about to charge out, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at the crescent moon blade. This isn't right. This blade soul isn't formed by a large amount of soul pieces. It is a single soul piece. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Ever since he entered the Vermilion Bird Tomb, he had seen many life-spirit beasts. All of them were formed by the condensation of a large number of life-spirit. None of them were formed by a single life-spirit, but this saber soul was the only exception. The crescent moon blade flew out from the ground, and all of the surrounding swords let out sword hymns as if they were worshipping the emperor and scattered. Su Ligua was inside the celestial sword. When he saw the crescent moon blade, he immediately trembled. He was naturally timid, so when he saw the other sword souls react like this, he hesitated. He wanted to worship it, but he was afraid of Wang Lin. His trembling was transmitted to the celestial sword, causing it to tremble. The crescent moon blade flashed and appeared next to the celestial sword at an unimaginable speed. There was a crisp sound and the celestial sword was pushed back several dozen feet. However, there were no cracks on it and it was as good as new. Su Ligua let out a scream and flew toward Wang Lin without hesitation. Wang Lin frowned. He knew that Su Ligua was timid, but he didn't expect Su Ligua to run away without even daring to fight. Wang Lin waved his right hand. With a thought, the celestial sword flew into his hand. At this moment, the crescent moon blade quickly caught up. Wang Lin immediately retreated and swung the celestial sword. A ray of sword energy flew out and collided with the crescent moon blade. There was a bang, but there were no cracks on the crescent moon blade. Instead, it emitted a cold aura. At the same time, a divine sense message came out from the crescent moon blade. Leave its soul behind. You go. After the divine sense was transmitted, the scimitar trembled and immediately turned into a 30-meter-long scimitar. With a wave of the scimitar, a ray of light that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth came crashing down. Chapter 455. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. As he retreated, he raised the immortal sword in his hand to block. As the blade neared, there was a loud bang and Wang Lin's body was thrown far away. He used this force to escape without any hesitation. The power of this curved blade was no weaker than a full-force attack from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Without using the billion soul span, Wang Lin would not be able to match it. Along the way, Wang Lin's speed was extremely fast. He didn't go back the way he came, but in the opposite direction. He directly passed through the huge basin and sped towards the depth. Waves of divine sense came from the curved blade. Immediately, the rhyme treasure swords on the ground began to hum. One by one, they rushed out and chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin's speed was extremely fast as he passed through many basins. Behind him, countless treasured swords chased after him in a frenzy. Among them, the curved saber would occasionally emit saber light as it whistled through the air. Wang Lin had long since put away the immortal sword. He used his full speed to escape. In front of Wang Lin, swords flew out from the basin, forming a pincer attack from the north and south. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he made a grasping motion with his right hand. The 1 billion soul banner appeared in his hand. He shook it, and it wrapped around his body, transforming him into a plume of black smoke that twisted and flickered. His speed increased several times over. The treasured swords that were stabbing towards him missed their target. They immediately changed their direction and chased after him. At this moment, an endless number of treasured swords condensed behind Wang Lin. The monstrous sword light whistled between heaven and earth, and the cold air emitted by the treasured swords caused the surrounding temperature to suddenly drop, and there was even a hint of frost. At this moment, the only sound left in the world was the cry of the sword. The sound was world-shaking, whistling through the 9 provinces. It was as if the sky was about to collapse, as if the earth was about to tremble. The commotion was so great that almost all the cultivators within hundreds of thousands of kilometers noticed it. Many people flew over to see what was happening. Sword after sword, sword after sword, sword after sword, cold light, all of these gathered together, as if the incarnation of an ancient sword immortal. Sword Qi lingered around, flashing wildly around Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body was wrapped by the Honorable Soul Banner. With a sway of his body, he was like a wisp of smoke, twisting and moving forward. Even so, there were still a large number of sword rays falling on him, but they were all blocked by the Honorable Soul Banner. Wang Lin would only draw his immortal sword to block the attack when the curved blade's radiance was about to reach him. This flight was extremely exciting, and it caused Wang Lin to be unable to help but recall the scene of him being pursued with the intent to kill when his cultivation was weak all those years ago. Just at this moment, 2 rays of light quickly flew in front of Wang Lin. However, when they were still 5,000 kilometers away, they suddenly stopped. It was clear they sensed something strange and quickly changed directions to escape. Wang Lin raised his head and laughed. As he laughed, he looked back at the countless treasured swords chasing after him. He especially looked at the strange curved sword that was flashing from time to time. With a sway of his body, he immediately teleported and appeared 10,000 miles away. However, the moment he reappeared, the treasured swords that were chasing him also flashed. They pierced through space and chased after him once more. The sound of the swords breaking echoed across the earth. There was a hint of the aura of the cultivation planet crystal shattering and the collapse of the world. The 2 rays of light quickly chased after him. Wang Lin immediately recognized the 2 people inside the rays of light. These 2 people were familiar, a man and a woman. Wang Lin immediately recognized the man as Zhou Wutai. As for the woman, she was wearing a purple veil. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he recognized her. Although Wang Lin was being chased by countless treasured swords, he still had a calm expression and laughed. "Brother Zhou, don't go. Wait for me for a bit." Zhou Wutai's expression was ugly as he muttered, "Unlucky." He pretended not to hear Wang Lin's call and moved even faster. As for the woman wearing the purple veil, when she saw Wang Lin, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. She clenched her teeth and immediately ran away. Just like this, Zhou Wutai and Wang Lin were in front, Wang Lin was in the middle, and behind them were countless sword energies. The half-moon blade would occasionally appear and send out blade energy. This blade energy was what Wang Lin was really worried about. Every time the blade energy appeared, he had to quickly dodge. This half-moon blade was very strange. As Wang Lin escaped, he checked it with his divine sense and found that every time the half-moon blade moved faster than a certain speed, a mysterious force would appear around it, causing it to slow down. Otherwise, it would have quickly caught up to Wang Lin. The 3 of them used their fastest speed. After the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn, the edge of the basin appeared. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he immediately teleported away. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the basin. He didn't stop and immediately flew off into the distance. Zhou Wutai hesitated for a bit before chasing after Wang Lin. As for the woman wearing the purple veil, her eyes lit up. She changed directions and separated from Zhou Wutai. The treasured swords immediately stopped after chasing after them. Only the half-moon blade didn't stop at all. It flashed and charged out of the basin. After the scimitar left the basin, its speed suddenly increased. The strange force surrounding it seemed to have weakened, causing its speed to reach an unimaginable level. In the blink of an eye, the half-moon blade swept past Zhou Wutai and chased after Wang Lin. Zhou Wutai's forehead was covered in sweat. When the half-moon blade passed by him, he didn't notice it at all. He only felt a strong wind sweep past him. When he looked back, all he saw was a black dot disappearing into the horizon. What kind of spirit item is that? It's so fast. It's at least 10 times faster than before. Zhou Wutai was shocked. After pondering for a bit, he continued to chase. As Wang Lin ran, he had no choice but to slow down. After passing through the basin, there were more dimensional rifts. He stopped at the top of a mountain. Looking over, he could see a mountain in the distance that emitted a 7-colored light. This mountain looked exactly like the spirit mountain that Situ Nan had mentioned. The moment Wang Lin stopped, the sound of thunder echoed behind him. Wang Lin was already prepared. His body flashed and he teleported 10,000 feet away. There was a loud explosion as the mountain he was on collapsed. Rocks flew everywhere and a dark blue light flashed as the half-moon blade flew out. At the same time, a divine sense came from the half-moon blade. "Leave it here." Wang Lin's body flashed again. This time, he felt a pain in his left arm. When he reappeared 10 feet away, his left sleeve had disappeared and a wound had appeared on his arm. So fast! After Wang Lin reappeared, he didn't stop and teleported again. He didn't dare to teleport too far away. If he appeared near a dimensional rift, it would be dangerous. As a result, there was a flash of blue light. Every time Wang Lin disappeared, the place he was at would collapse. The half-moon blade seemed to go crazy and relentlessly chased after him. Wang Lin's body flashed and he appeared 50 miles away. After he appeared, he immediately moved to the side. A dimensional rift slowly opened up next to him. Wang Lin hadn't moved more than 10 feet when he saw a flash of blue light. A gust of wind blew from the place he had teleported to. Everything in its path, including the mountains and the earth, collapsed. Even the dimensional rifts that appeared in the path of the blue light all collapsed. Seeing this scene, Wang Lin's scalp went numb. Without another word, he teleported away again. This time, he felt a pain in his right leg and fresh blood flowed out. After appearing 5 miles away, Wang Lin's right hand immediately wiped his right leg. The wound closed and the blood stopped. What kind of treasure is this? There was a hint of greed in Wang Lin's eyes. He had only seen this thing's speed on one item before, and that was the Billion Soul Flag's 4th soul. Comparing the speed of these two treasures, he found that the half-moon blade's attack power was almost the same. After all, if he was stabbed by a needle, he might not die, but if he was swept by the half-moon blade, it was very likely that his head would fall to the ground. This thing is made up of a single life soul. Who is the owner of this life soul to be able to produce such an unbelievably powerful metal-type spirit item? This thing is a treasure. Wang Lin's body flashed again, and the place where he disappeared collapsed again. The half-moon blade's speed became faster and faster. Wang Lin's reaction gradually couldn't keep up. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would be injured. At this moment, he finally understood why Rosefinch's son was so afraid of the 4th soul. I must obtain this thing. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He immediately took out the celestial sword and flicked it. Su Ligua was knocked out of the celestial sword. Su Ligua, you have to suffer a bit. Treat him like a giant demon clan ancestor. Once I get my life soul back, I'll definitely come and save you. After Wang Lin finished speaking, he waved his right hand and Su Ligua's body flew into the air. Su Ligua let out a cry and was about to escape when the half-moon blade appeared next to Su Ligua. It wrapped around Su Ligua's body and disappeared without a trace. In the distance, Su Ligua's sad cry could be heard. Master, don't forget to save me. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he held the celestial sword. He and Su Liyuan were connected, so he could sense her location. After pondering for a bit, he concluded that the blade's soul didn't want to hurt Su Ligua, it had other intentions. Also, Su Ligua was a devil that lived by devouring, so he wouldn't be destroyed so easily. Right now, Wang Lin had things to do, so he couldn't waste time with the half-moon blade. Using Su Ligua as a lead, he would have a lot of time to find a way to subdue it. After putting away the celestial sword, Wang Lin looked at the spirit mountain in the distance and jumped up. However, just at this moment, his expression changed and he looked at a mountain not far away. There was a red figure standing there. This figure was filled with emptiness and loneliness. She stood there with a face as red as a butterfly. It was as if she wanted to go with the wind but had no choice but to return to the mortal world. Red Butterfly. Chapter 456. Wherever Red Butterfly was, Qian Feng's figure would be there. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked around. Qian Feng was at the mid-stage of soul transformation, so with Wang Lin's divine sense, if Qian Feng wanted to hide, it would be very difficult for him to detect him. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he clasped his hands at Red Butterfly and said, "Fellow cultivator Red Butterfly, long time no see." On the mountain peak not far away, the red figure looked profoundly at Wang Lin. Her figure flickered and she descended from the mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, she appeared 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin. After closing in, the emptiness and confusion in Red Butterfly's eyes were reflected in Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin's expression was ugly. Although he already knew what had happened to Red Butterfly and had sensed her existence when he fought Qian Feng at the edge of the Rosefinch continent, today was the first time he had truly encountered her. However, today was the first time he had truly met her since his battle with Red Butterfly. From Red Butterfly's eyes, Wang Lin could only see a deathly stillness. At this moment, Red Butterfly was as beautiful as ever, but Wang Lin could no longer see the proud and arrogant girl from back then. Back then, Red Butterfly was the genius of Shui Yu and a genius that reached the soul formation stage in 100 years. In her eyes, Wang Lin was like an ant. The conflict between the two of them slowly grew until it reached the day of their final battle. Although this was the case in Wang Lin's heart, he still respected Red Butterfly. This kind of respect was a kind of affirmation of one's opponent. At this moment, his opponent from back then had fallen to such a state. Wang Lin couldn't help but let out a sigh. Things remain the same, but people change. Compared to now, Wang Lin wanted to see the proud Red Butterfly from back then even more. Only by fighting her like that would he be able to reach the peak of his life. Wang Lin let out a sigh and put away the emotions in his heart. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at Red Butterfly and calmly said, "Qian Feng, come out." Red Butterfly stood there and looked up at the sky. Her eyes were empty. "Sing Niu, I don't have time to waste with you today. Since you've found this place, let's meet again on the Spirit Mountain." Qian Feng's voice came from the void. Wang Lin suddenly turned his head and looked at a mountain range in the distance. He saw a black figure moving like a gust of wind. His target was the Spirit Mountain at the center of the area. A cold light flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. He snorted coldly and was about to rush to the spiritual mountain. "Red Butterfly, didn't you want to fight Sing Niu again? Today I'll give you that chance. Kill him." Qian Feng's arrogant laughter came from afar. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Sing Niu, you old friends have reunited. Why don't you catch up for a day? When I take out my life soul, I'll deal with you." The emptiness in Red Butterfly's eyes disappeared and was replaced with battle intent. Her body moved and she blocked Wang Lin. Without saying a word, she slapped her bag of holding and a red sword appeared in her hand. At the same time, a monstrous aura erupted from Red Butterfly's body. This aura wasn't any weaker than Wang Lin's, and there was celestial spiritual energy around her body. It was clear that even if her cultivation hadn't reached the soul transformation stage yet, it wasn't far from it. Sing Nyo. A cold voice came from Red Butterfly's mouth as she stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin slightly frowned as he looked at her. He wasn't in a rush to find Qianfeng. He guessed that there wouldn't be a spirit mountain here. After all, if this was really the cultivation planet crystal, there wouldn't be a spirit mountain here. But now, he had actually seen the spirit mountain. Since Qianfeng wanted to explore it, then he would go. Red Butterfly's eyes lit up and she waved the red sword in her hand. The sword flew out of her hand and created a powerful gust of wind. It turned into a bolt of red lightning and shot toward Wang Lin's brow. Wang Lin's body backed up. He touched his bag of holding and the restriction scroll appeared in his hand. With a shake, countless restrictions flew out and formed a barrier before him. The red lightning immediately collided with the layers of restrictions, causing a world-shaking rumble to echo out and spread in all directions. A sandstorm appeared on the ground and filled the sky. Within this sandstorm, there was a flash of red light and Red Butterfly's figure charged out. A piece of red ice had appeared in her hand. This ice gave off a cold aura that filled the area. As Red Butterfly closed in, battle intent suddenly appeared in her eyes. A deep sense of sorrow came from her eyes, and as she charged out, her lips trembled. "Kill me!" A weak voice came from Red Butterfly's mouth. A weak voice came out from Red Butterfly's mouth. However, the sorrow in her heart immediately disappeared and was replaced by a deep desire to fight. Her aura was like a rainbow as she charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's heart trembled when he heard Red Butterfly's voice. His gaze toward Red Butterfly became complicated. Red Butterfly hadn't completely lost her mind. There was still a sliver of her that was hidden very deeply. Red Butterfly was proud. Her pride came from her bones, from her soul. Her entire life, she was a proud rose. She would rather die than endure such a miserable existence, because she had hidden a sliver of her sanity deeply within her heart. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Facing Red Butterfly, who was charging at him like a ray of light, he reached out with his right hand. Suddenly, strands of restriction gas came out of the restriction flag and gathered in his hand. A huge black spear that was about 30 feet long exuded streams of black chi as it took shape in his hand. With one hand holding the spear, Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Red Butterfly. His body turned into a blur as he stabbed out with the spear. As the spear descended, it whistled through the air, like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves. It came from the tip of the spear, and the sound traveled several kilometers. The piece of ice in Red Butterfly's hand suddenly pressed between her eyebrows. Immediately, a red light flashed between her eyebrows. Layers of thin red ice immediately spread from between her eyebrows at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it covered her entire body and formed a red armor. This armor was completely red and gave off a cold aura. Under the light, Red Butterfly's beauty became even more apparent. At this moment, she was like a celestial battle celestial. As the red armor shined, a black whip suddenly appeared in her hand. Soul Lasher. This whip was given to her by Qianfeng to help her fight against Wang Lin. Red Butterfly's eyes revealed a mysterious light as she swung the whip in her right hand. Popping sounds could be heard as the whip shot out like a dragon toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the spear moved with him. The moment the spear stabbed forward, he retreated, his hand formed a seal, and he muttered something. Shortly after, a strange wind filled with celestial spiritual energy appeared and closed in on the spear. The Soul Lasher and the spear clashed against each other. Boom! It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. As the whip and spear collided, a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. Wang Lin's body was like a pine tree and he didn't move at all. The sandstorm that was rushing toward him was picked up by the strange wind and sent back toward Red Butterfly. All of this happened as fast as lightning. After the Soul Lasher collided with the spear, It immediately flew out of Red Butterfly's hand like a bolt of black lightning. It pierced through the strange wind and flew toward Wang Lin. With a snap, Wang Lin's figure quickly retreated more than 100 feet. His eyes revealed a mysterious light as he softly said, "Soul Lasher." He had obtained this whip once before, but in the end, he had no choice but to hand it over. Now that he saw this whip again, he was determined to obtain it. As for Red Butterfly, her body involuntarily retreated due to the strange wind. The red armor on her body immediately released waves of cold aura. This cold aura spread out like crazy. There was a series of cracking sounds coming from the void, and strange ice sculptures that looked like thorns immediately formed in the air. This cold aura actually froze the wind and the shockwave, turning them from invisible to tangible. As Wang Lin stared at the armor, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Red Butterfly raised her right hand and pointed at the ice sculptures in front of her. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the surface of the ice sculptures and spread like crazy. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single smooth surface on the ice sculptures. With a bang, the ice sculptures shattered and fell to the ground. "Kill me!" Red Butterfly's eyes revealed a struggling expression and her face revealed a deep sense of pain. At this moment, the Soul Lasher was moving around her body like a dragon. The red armor on her body released waves of cold light. Wang Lin looked at Red Butterfly and silently nodded. He touched his bag of holding and a giant battle axe appeared in his hand. The moment the battle axe appeared, the sky darkened and all the light gathered on the battle axe. Strands of purple lightning moved along the battle axe and moved along Wang Lin's arm to his entire body. Bursts of crackling sounds came from Wang Lin's body. At this moment, a never-before-seen battle intent gathered in Wang Lin's heart. This battle axe was summoned by the giant demon clan ancestor before he died. It was the weapon of the giant demon clan ancestor under Serene of Zhao. After Wang Lin obtained it, he originally wanted to give it to his original body to use. However, now that the celestial sword had lost its sword spirit and he didn't want to use the 1 billion soul flag, this battle axe was the most suitable weapon. Red Butterfly looked at Wang Lin and opened her mouth. A ray of red light flew out from her mouth and turned into a crystal red rose that floated before her. This red rose instantly bloomed. As it bloomed, a strand of red smoke came out from the stamen. Inside the smoke was Red Butterfly's figure. This figure contained a strong sense of pride. It was exactly the same as the Red Butterfly in Wang Lin's mind. "Sing Nyo, make your move." Red Butterfly's eyes were filled with pride as she looked at Wang Lin. Chapter 457. At this moment, Zhou Wutai was flying 5,000 kilometers away from where Wang Lin and Red Butterfly were. His cultivation wasn't at the soul transformation stage, so he wasn't as fast as Wang Lin, so he was chasing. Just now, when the curved blade flashed past, he was shocked. That kind of speed was something he had never seen before in his life. As he flew, Zhou Wutai suddenly frowned. He immediately stopped and looked behind him. In the sky behind him, there was a red light. It was dense and tumbling, and the entire world was dyed red. Even the rifts in the sky were being hit by the red cloud and quickly dissipated. Zhou Wutai let out a sigh. He immediately became respectful and stood there motionlessly. The red cloud was like a ferocious beast as it flew by. When it was above Zhou Wutai, an old voice came from within. "Come in." Zhou Wutai quickly nodded and turned into a rainbow that flew into the red cloud. Inside the red cloud was an old man wearing a red robe. He had his hands behind his back and his eyes were like lightning as he looked into the distance. His body didn't move, but the red cloud under his feet quickly flew forward. Zhou Wutai stood next to the old man with a respectful expression. "Zhou Wutai greets Senior." The old man nodded and his gaze swept across the distance. His gaze seemed to be able to see through distance and landed 5,000 kilometers away, where Wang Lin and Red Butterfly were fighting. He pondered a bit and calmly said, "Zhexian?" Zhou Wutai said, "Zhexian and I met Wang Lin on the way, and then Zhexian left by herself." The old man let out a sigh and said, "Forget it. Don't worry about her. Follow me to the Spirit Mountain." After the old man finished speaking, the red cloud under his feet moved even faster toward the Spirit Mountain. This old man was Yunxi. The Forsaken Immortal clan used the tattoo on the Illusion ancestor's skull and their 12-leaf cultivation to temporarily break the restriction on Rosefinch's tomb and send Yunxi inside. However, if the Illusion ancestor was still alive, he would be able to completely break the restriction on the cultivation planet crystal. However, the Forsaken Immortal clan used the tattoo on the skull to break the restriction, so they couldn't do it perfectly. Although they sent Yunxi here, there was a time limit. After a certain amount of time, the tattoo would dissipate and Yunxi would be killed by the mysterious power of the cultivation planet crystal. Therefore, the moment he entered this place, he didn't waste any time and moved as fast as he could toward the Spirit Mountain at the center. At this moment, Qian Feng was rushing toward the Spirit Mountain and Yunxi was also flying. Aside from the two of them, there were a few other people who were rushing toward the center of the Suzaku tomb. Among these people were people from the Forsaken Immortal clan and cultivators. At this moment, an old man had already arrived at the top of the Spirit Mountain. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were filled with a blood-red light. There was a little monkey sitting on his shoulder, and the monkey's eyes were even more red than before. This old man was standing at the top of the Spirit Mountain. There was a giant door floating in the air, and the edges of the door gave off a blinding, golden light. This door was more than 1,000 feet tall and pierced into the sky. There was a crack on it that looked like a scar. It was very eye-catching. The old man looked at the door and his eyes became even more red. He revealed a grim smile as he sat down in the lotus position and began to cultivate. The little monkey on his shoulder looked around with a fierce look in its eyes. As for where Wang Lin and Red Butterfly were, the crystal rose before Red Butterfly gave off a beautiful aura. The image of Red Butterfly on the rose was a sliver of Red Butterfly's hidden divine sense. This was the real her. She looked at Wang Lin with pride in her eyes and softly said, "Xing Niu, make your move. Kill me. There is no point in keeping a life that has lost its mind. I, Red Butterfly, would rather die than live." As Wang Lin looked at Red Butterfly, the scenes he had with her flashed through his mind. A proud daughter of the heavens fell to such a state. How sad! Wang Lin let out a sigh. What he saw from Red Butterfly wasn't pride, but a deeply hidden sadness, a sadness in her heart. This sadness contained a powerful sense of pain that would cause anyone's heart to tremble. "Red Butterfly, I'll help you." Wang Lin's eyes became serious and he swung the battle axe in his hand. Suddenly, he jumped into the air and let out a low growl. The battle axe in his hand flew out like a meteor surrounded by lightning toward Red Butterfly. This axe carried with it a powerful aura. As it flew across the sky, the air shook as if it was going to collapse. It slashed toward the ground. Before it even got close, cracks appeared on the ground and sand was blown everywhere. Red Butterfly raised her head and looked at the huge axe. The sliver of divine sense on the rose turned into green smoke and entered the space between her eyebrows. At this moment, Red Butterfly's eyes were no longer filled with battle intent or emptiness. Instead, there was a trace of clarity, a trace of pride, a trace of sadness, and a trace of hatred. A smile slowly appeared on Red Butterfly's face. This kind of smile was extremely happy and was rarely seen on her face. At this moment, she was like an innocent girl who had let go of all the obsessions in her heart. A torrential battle intent gushed out from the axe that was descending from the sky. At this moment, it was as though an invisible giant had descended from the sky with a gigantic axe and was chopping down crazily. Although the smile on Red Butterfly's face was beautiful, there was still a deep sense of pride within that smile. This pride was Red Butterfly's everything. Red Butterfly's entire life was spent in pride. At this moment, she was going to die with pride. Her pride soared to the clouds, and she was as captivating as a butterfly. As the battle axe chopped down from the sky, a gust of wind appeared around the axe. It moved along both sides of the axe, and created a series of loud rumbling sounds that echoed between the heavens and the earth. It was said that Red Butterfly's life was less than 200 years. Her short life was just like the butterfly. Although it only lasted for a moment, its beauty and her pride were things that everyone who came into contact with her would never forget. Although her pride caused many people to dislike her and her heartlessness caused many people to be unable to truly get close to her, she was Red Butterfly. The prideful Red Butterfly. The battle axe was less than 30 meters away from Red Butterfly, and an aura that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth emanated from the axe. At this moment, if Red Butterfly wanted to resist, she had the qualifications to do so. If she wanted to dodge, she had the strength to do so. However, she chose not to resist, nor did she dodge. Her eyes grew brighter and brighter, and the pride within them grew stronger and stronger. However, within this pride there was a trace of regret. Although it was hidden very well, Wang Lin still saw it. In Red Butterfly's eyes, it was as if she could see her master. Her master's voice and smile, the kindness she received when she was young, the kind and strict words she used when she was young. All of these scenes appeared in her eyes. Other than her master, there was also a figure that appeared in her eyes. It was a thin and weak young man. This young man's gaze was always gentle as he silently looked at her. Seeing this figure, Red Butterfly revealed a trace of a smile. The scene in her eyes continued to flash and finally, it stopped at a young man. The love in this person's eyes was extremely strong. For Red Butterfly, he did not hesitate to steal the soul lasher. Goodbye. Red Butterfly's smile slowly froze. The battle axe arrived. The rose in front of Red Butterfly immediately emitted a dazzling red light. The petals fell off one by one and danced in all directions. Finally, they fell into the void. A trace of blood flowed down from the corner of Red Butterfly's mouth. Her eyes dimmed. However, the thick sense of pride between her eyebrows did not disappear. When the flowers bloom next year, Suzaku will be covered with roses. In the extreme North Plains, there will be a blue rose that will bloom. Wang Lin, that is my gift to you. The rose that lost its petals and only had its stamen left. When the battle axe arrived, it collapsed and turned into ashes. A trace of red appeared between her eyebrows and blood flowed out. It was a ghastly sight. Red Butterfly, you will face a calamity in this life. This calamity is the line between life and death. If you survive it, your life will be peaceful. If you fail to survive it, then you can only die with a grievance. Master used her life's effort to calculate this divination for you. You must be careful. Red Butterfly, I'm afraid this calamity will fall on Tsing Nyo. Tsing Nyo cannot be left alive. Blood flowed into Red Butterfly's eyes and her vision turned red. Master, you divined Red Butterfly's calamity, but unfortunately, you only divined the person who will face the calamity. You couldn't divine Qianfeng, who will give Red Butterfly this calamity. The battle axe whistled through the air and directly pierced through Red Butterfly's body. With a bang, it sank to the ground. A deep pit was left on the ground. A wisp of black smoke came out from the pit and spread out. Cracks began to appear on Red Butterfly's armor. Cracks began to spread across her armor and eventually spread to every corner of her armor. She closed her eyes and with a bang, her body turned into a mist of blood. A gentle breeze blew by and the blood mist slowly dissipated. The blood mist turned into specks of blood light that filled the world. The genius of a generation, Red Butterfly, had died. Wang Lin, help me. Kill Qianfeng. Okay. Red Butterfly's voice rang out. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked up at the sky. For a moment, he felt like he could vaguely hear the message Red Butterfly sent to him before she left. Red Butterfly was like a butterfly. Although it was only for a short moment, it filled his heart and made it unforgettable. After Red Butterfly died, she only left behind a piece of jade and the soul lasher. These two items floated in the air and gave off a sense of loneliness. Qian Feng's domain is endless desire. He wants to devour everything and obtain everything. In truth, how could a domain be devoured? Qian Feng doesn't need a domain, but the sliver of comprehension he gets from comprehending his domain and connecting with the heavens. Through devouring a domain, he can obtain different comprehension and make his own domain perfect until it reaches completion. Wang Lin held the jade. This was the result of Red Butterfly's observation of Qian Feng over the years. Due to Ao Shu's post, there was a lot of controversy in the comments section of these two books. In truth, this kind of thing has been going on since the renegade celestial immortal started writing books. There's no need to take it seriously. It's the new year, so let's calm down. Of course, if I had to judge, I would naturally stand on the renegade celestial immortal's side. I hope my words won't cause any more controversy. Let me peacefully enjoy the new year. As for the readers who aren't renegade celestial immortal. Chapter 458. Wang Lin silently watched Red Butterfly disappear and let out a sigh. His body moved and he landed on the ground. He waved his hand and the axe flew back into his bag of holding. Then with a thought, he reached out and the soul lasher flew into his hand. After taking a closer look at it, he put it inside his bag of holding. There was an ascendant cultivator's divine sense on the soul lasher that Wang Lin couldn't break for now. However, as long as he had this item, he was confident that once he took care of everything, he could use the 1 billion soul flag to form an ascendant cultivator's soul. Then he could break the divine sense on the treasure and truly obtain the soul lasher. After doing all of this, Wang Lin looked at where Red Butterfly disappeared and shook his head. He stomped his foot, turned into smoke, and flew toward the spirit mountain in the distance. At this moment, above the spiritual mountain, Yunxi's red cloud flew directly to the top of the spiritual mountain. Here, the red cloud turned into a red hurricane that descended from the sky. At the top of the mountain, Yunxi's figure walked out of the hurricane. Behind him, Zhou Wutai respectfully followed. Skylark immediately saw the old man sitting cross-legged at the top of the mountain with the little monkey squatting on his shoulder. He frowned and his eyes flashed like lightning. After taking a closer look, Skylark's expression suddenly changed. Yunxi stared at the old man and said, "I don't know which fellow cultivator has come to possess me. Why don't you reveal your true body?" The old man opened his eyes, casually looked at Yunxi and said, "You and I don't know each other. Even if I reveal my true body, do you think you know how powerful the old man is?" The little monkey on his shoulder bared its teeth at Yunxi, and its eyes lit up. Yunxi's expression remained the same. His eyes lit up like a torch as he looked at the little monkey. After a while, he faintly smiled and said, "So it's a puppet." The old man's eyes lit up as he stared at Yunxi. Just at this moment, the little monkey on his shoulder let out a squeak. The red light in the old man's eyes disappeared and he said, "I'm Mo Lihai." After saying this, his eyes flashed with a fierce light. He closed his eyes and began to meditate again. Although this person seems to be at the late stage of soul transformation, there is a strange feeling coming from him. Others can't sense this feeling, and only those who have reached the ascendant stage can sense it. This person is definitely not one of Suzaku's people. Skylark glanced at the old man and withdrew her gaze. She looked at the huge gate in the air and remained silent. Based on his understanding of Rosefinch's tomb, he was quite surprised along the way. The tomb of Rosefinch's son and Rosefinch's tomb that he mentioned were not like this. The spiritual object formed by the life soul was clearly formed by the strange power of the cultivation planet crystal. From what the previous generation Rosefinch's son had said, Skylark Z clearly remembered that this kind of spiritual object would only appear inside the cultivation planet crystal. However, this place was indeed a spirit mountain. The door on the spirit mountain was the only path to the first-generation vermilion bird's tomb. The cultivation planet crystal was stored inside the first-generation vermilion bird's tomb. However, this door couldn't be opened without the cultivation planet heart. If one wanted to enter, they would have to wait for it to shatter to a certain degree. While Skylark Z was observing, his expression suddenly changed. He casually looked at the bottom of the spirit mountain and withdrew his gaze. Shortly after, he saw Qian Feng's figure appear from the bottom of the spirit mountain. The moment he appeared, he revealed a cautious expression and carefully looked at Skylark Z. After pondering for a bit, he found an empty space in the corner and sat down in the lotus position. Not long after, more people arrived. 2 of them were 8-leaf shamans from the Forsaken Immortal clan. After they arrived at the top of the spirit mountain, they saw Skylark Z and revealed expressions of joy. They quickly arrived next to Skylark Z and respectfully greeted him. One of the cultivators also arrived. This person was wearing a green robe and had a hideous mask on his face. The mask gave off a green glow that prevented divine sense from entering. After he arrived at the top of the spirit mountain, he looked around and silently sat down. 2 hours later, 3 rays of light pierced through the sky and flew toward the mountain. However, just as the 3 rays of light got close, the entire mountain suddenly trembled. The gigantic gate let out a buzzing sound and trembled violently. Cracks suddenly appeared on the cracks amid the rumbling sounds. At this moment, not only was the spirit mountain shaking, but the entire Rosefinch's tomb was shaking. Just like the first time, large amounts of land collapsed into nothingness and large amounts of dimensional rifts appeared in every corner of the world. The sky was the same. It was collapsing everywhere. Without exception, none of the 3 streaks of light that rushed over entered the spirit mountain. All of them were trapped in the dimensional rifts and died miserable death. This time, the shaking lasted longer than the first. After 30 breaths of time, it stopped. However, during these 30 breaths of time, the entire outside of Rosefinch's tomb collapsed and became a land of nothingness filled with countless dimensional rifts. There were still many powerful cultivators trying to enter Rosefinch's tomb, but every time they entered, they would be devoured by the dimensional rifts without exception. Gradually, more and more people entered, but the passage to Rosefinch's tomb seemed to have no restrictions and could still be entered. Soon, cultivators began to notice that something was wrong. In the end, things became very strange, and no one dared to enter the passage anymore. In their eyes, the passage had become a beast that devoured cultivators. Anyone who entered it would lose their chance of survival. On the spirit mountain inside Rosefinch's tomb, after the cultivation planet crystal collapsed a second time, more cracks appeared on the giant door. Some of the cracks even connected with each other. After the shock passed, Skylark Z's eyes lit up and he stared at the huge door. He waved his right hand and celestial spiritual energy spread out from his hand. The celestial spiritual energy turned into a giant handprint that rushed out and landed on the door. With this seal, the gate trembled, but the cracks on it didn't increase. Instead, the handprint disappeared into the gate. Yunxi frowned. He had his hands behind his back as he gloomily waited for the next collapse. However, his gaze would occasionally sweep down the mountain as if he was waiting for something. At this moment, a purple figure walked up from the bottom of the spirit mountain. It was a woman with a purple veil covering her face. She wasn't alone. There were 4 old men with flashing runes on their foreheads around her. These 4 old men were all at the late stage of soul formation, and there were many scars on their bodies. This woman was Xian. The reason she and Zhou Wutai were able to come here with only soul formation cultivation was because they each had several talisman puppets. These talisman puppets were given to them by Yunzi and could protect them. After seeing Zxian, Yunzi faintly nodded and signaled her to come over. Zxian took a deep breath and casually looked at Qianfeng in the corner. There was a hint of hatred in her eyes as she walked toward Yunzi. The moment Zxian appeared, Qianfeng's gaze never left her. His expression was extremely ugly and filled with killing intent. When he looked at Zxian, there was a hint of pain and struggle in his eyes for a moment before disappearing. "Slut Zxian!" Qianfeng stared at Zxian and said word for word. Zxian looked at Qianfeng and didn't say a word, but the hatred in her eyes was monstrous. Qianfeng's breathing was a bit heavy. He looked at Yunzi and took a deep breath to suppress his thoughts. He gloomily looked at Zxian and closed his eyes with a sneer. Just at this moment, another figure jumped out from the bottom of the Spirit Mountain and landed at the top of the mountain. The moment this person appeared, most of the people at the top of the mountain looked over. Qianfeng suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of coldness in them. Zxian immediately lowered her head and retreated a few steps to stand behind Yunzi. Yunzi's eyes lit up and he revealed a thought-provoking smile. Zhou Wutai let out a sigh in his heart. When he was chasing after Wang Lin, he wanted to tell him some things. He didn't expect to meet Yunzi, who had appeared out of nowhere, and be brought here by him. The person who arrived at the top of the mountain was Wang Lin. When the old man with the little monkey saw Wang Lin, a red light flashed in his eyes and he revealed a strange expression. He looked at Wang Lin and let out a grim smile. The little monkey on his shoulder looked at Wang Lin with an undisguised ferocious gaze. The person wearing the mask also looked at Wang Lin with a hint of confusion in his eyes, but they immediately became clear again. He nodded at Wang Lin but didn't say anything. Wang Lin was in a sorry state at this moment. His clothes were torn in many places. When he was halfway up the mountain, he was caught in the second collapse of Rosefinch's tomb. He was almost killed by the dimensional crack, so he had to dig a cave and hide inside. He only dared to come out after the collapse and survive. If he was in the air at that time, he would have died. Brother Wang, Xing Niu. Wang Lin. 3 different calls came from the people at the top of the mountain. The person who called him Brother Wang was naturally Zhou Wutai. The person who called him Xing Niu was Qianfeng. As for the last ancient voice, it was Yunzi. Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual. His gaze swept past everyone before landing on Yunzi. This was the first time he had seen Yunzi since they last met. His sloppy appearance from before had long been swept away. At this moment, Yunzi vaguely looked like Rosefinch's son. Wang Lin looked at Yunzi, and Yunzi looked back at Wang Lin. The two of them were silent. After a while, Wang Lin bitterly smiled and clasped his hands. "Junior greets senior." Yunzi sighed, shook his head, and said, "You also came here." Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and rays of black light flew out. Wang Lin waved his hand and the rays of black light flew toward Yunzi. They stopped beside Yunzi and turned into wood carvings. Chapter 459. These wood carvings were all the same, and they were all carvings of a handsome young man. Junior has completed the task that senior asked of me back then. After Wang Lin finished speaking, he walked to a corner, sat down in the lotus position, and no longer spoke. Yunzi's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand, causing all the wood carvings to disappear. He looked at Wang Lin and no longer spoke. His gaze then turned back to the giant door in the sky. Wang Lin wasn't interested in how Yunzi was able to enter this place. The Forsaken Immortal Clan had existed for countless years, so they must have some mysterious technique. Also, Wang Lin wasn't a meddlesome person who would pursue a matter to the end. Wang Lin had already given up on obtaining the cultivation planet crystal. He just wanted his soul peace back. After all, this crystal was connected to the lives of all living beings in Suzaku. Wang Lin hadn't reached the point where he would sacrifice the lives of all living beings in Suzaku for his own selfish desires. Of course, if there was enmity between them, then it would be a different story. Back then, Wang Lin was able to destroy the entire Ting family and kill anyone with their blood. From this, it could be seen that Wang Lin wasn't a soft-hearted cultivator. After he sat down, his eyes lit up and his gaze swept past Qian Feng. At this moment, Qian Feng also looked at him, and their gazes met. Wang Lin revealed a cold smile as he withdrew his gaze from Qian Feng and looked at the masked person. This person was a bit unfamiliar, so Wang Lin only took one look and didn't pay any more attention to him. Then he looked at the old man who had left behind a strange smile at the entrance to Rosefinch Mountain. Who the hell is he? The sense of threat this old man gave Wang Lin was several times stronger than Yang Zi's. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he stared at the old man and began to ponder. The old man sensed Wang Lin's gaze and looked at him. A sinister smile appeared on his face. This smile was extremely familiar to Wang Lin, but he was sure that he had never seen this person before. At this moment, a ray of light flew over from the horizon. There was a beautiful figure inside the ray of light. With a flash, she dodged a dimensional rift and landed on the Spirit Mountain. This woman was extremely beautiful. Her dress undulated like waves, making her look like a fairy as she stood at the top of the spiritual mountain. Wang Lin's face sank when he saw the woman. This woman was none other than Lu Mei. In actuality, there was one thing that Lu Mei was right about. Wang Lin was the same type of person as her. Deep within his heart, there was a trace of ruthlessness. Wang Lin only took a glance before withdrawing his gaze. His expression was cold, no different from when he was facing Lu Mei. After Qian Feng saw Lu Mei, a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. Now that his junior sister was here, his chances of retrieving his fate soul had doubled. Lu Mei revealed a trace of sadness as she looked at Wang Lin. She gently walked toward him. Wang Lin frowned. He didn't have a good impression of this woman. That dreamlike scene was just a freak accident. Wang Lin coldly looked at the woman and calmly said, "Wang doesn't want anyone to disturb me. Don't come near." Lu Mei stopped and looked at Wang Lin. She softly said, "Could it be that you're really made of iron?" Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he coldly said, "Go away." Lu Mei looked at Wang Lin and suddenly smiled. She softly said, "Then what do you think of Li Muan?" Killing intent flashed through Wang Lin's eyes as he coldly said, "Scram. Even if you've reached the peak of your domain, it won't be hard for Wang to kill you. Don't be courting death." Lu Mei's words were meant to destroy his Dao heart. However, she didn't know that Li Muan was Wang Lin's reverse scale. If she was touched, he would kill her. If it wasn't for the fact that this wasn't the time to attack, Wang Lin would have taken out the 1 billion soul flag to kill this woman. Wang Lin was a person who placed great importance on kindness, but at the same time, he was cold to people who had nothing to do with him. A man of iron and stone, there was no doubt about it. Lu Mei faintly smiled before turning around and walking toward Qian Feng. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and saw the gloomy old man looking at him. Could this person have possessed Buwei? Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. He thought of this possibility. If that wasn't the case, this person wouldn't have given him such a familiar feeling. If Wang Lin was immortal, he wouldn't be able to think of so many things from a smile. Even a low-level cultivator like him wouldn't have such a mysterious ability. However, Wang Lin was an early-stage soul transformation cultivator. Even in space, soul transformation cultivators were considered powerful existences and couldn't be underestimated. If it was before the celestial realm shattered, soul transformation cultivators would be considered celestials. Their bodies would be made of celestial spiritual energy, so they would naturally have a mysterious feeling. This kind of feeling was very mysterious. Only some powerful cultivators could do this. If one's cultivation was higher, they would be able to vaguely see the future with just a thought. The mysteriousness of this kind of spell couldn't be described with words. At this moment, this was what Wang Lin was feeling. He knew that he wouldn't look at the anchor, but that gloomy smile was very familiar. I have cultivated for more than 600 years and have countless enemies. But if there is someone who can make me feel fear with just a smile, there is only one person. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, but his heart was in turmoil. He took a deep breath and lowered his head. His pupils constricted and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Tu Si's devil sense Tua Sen. Wang Lin's body was cold. If he was asked who he was most afraid of in Suzaku, then even Rosefinch's son wasn't number one. This number one person was the devil-like man he provoked when he was still a core formation cultivator, Tua Sen. Ancient god Tu Si's inheritance was divided into two parts, the inheritance of memory and the inheritance of power. Of these two inheritances, the inheritance of memory contained Tu Si's life's memories, including how to cultivate the ancient god technique and how to become an ancient god. In Tu Si's memories, there was even a huge star map. This was a record of everything he had experienced when he traveled through the stars in the past. These memories were very helpful to Wang Lin. Without the inheritance of memory, his original body wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the level of a 3-star ancient god. However, memories were just memories, they didn't have any real power. Wang Lin knew that in Tu Si's memories, there were more than 10 kinds of divine abilities that could destroy Suzaku with one finger. He knew the incantations of these divine abilities and how to use them, but he couldn't use them. These divine abilities required at least the strength of a 7-star ancient god to be used. Therefore, he could only take it step by step and slowly strengthen his original body so that he could truly use Tu Si's memories. Similarly, Tua Sen, who had inherited the inheritance of power, was the same. He had all of Tu Si's power, which was the terrifying strength of an 8-star ancient god. However, he only had power, but he couldn't use it. It was as if there were no meridians in his body, so no matter how much power he had, he couldn't use it. What he could use right now were the natural spells he learned after he was born from Tu Si's demonic will. Only by using these spells could he use a bit of the inheritance of power. However, the methods he used were the lowest, so he couldn't use the full power of the inheritance of power. To be more accurate, right now, Tua Sen's limit was only around 5 stars. For someone who had the inheritance of an 8-star ancient god, this kind of power was simply too low. However, for all the creatures on Suzaku, a 5-star ancient god was a legendary existence. It was an existence that was one level above the ascendant stage. Tua Sen's biggest desire was to obtain the inheritance of knowledge. Once he obtained the inheritance, he would only need to absorb it for a period of time to condense his body and become a real 8-star ancient god. At that time, even the old monsters of the Cultivation Alliance would be shocked. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin entered the land of the ancient god, sooner or later, Tua Sen would have been able to absorb the inheritance of knowledge and come out from the body of the ancient god. To be more accurate, he was Tu Si, but he was just a sliver of demonic will left behind by Tu Si when he was distracted. He had to obtain Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his head and casually looked at the gloomy old man. This time, his gaze landed on the little monkey. After making this judgment, Wang Lin immediately noticed something. The red light in the little monkey's eyes was clearly the aura of the blood-stained land in the Blood Sea. Wang Lin felt bitter in his heart. He thought of 6 desired Devil Lord, Hunchback Meng, Ancient Emperor, and the others. Aside from those who were dead, most of them had become blood cultivators in the Blood Sea. In addition, there were also those ancient cultivators. They were already trapped on Suzaku before the cultivation Earth existed. Their cultivation levels were also very powerful. However, with Wang Lin's experience, he could more or less determine the cultivation levels of those ancient cultivators. They shouldn't have surpassed the ascendant stage. They must have been restricted by some mysterious force inside the ancient god's body, so their cultivation levels couldn't increase. However, in their hands there were some spells that later cultivators didn't know about. When these spells were used, their combat power increased several-fold. Tuo Sen, he shouldn't have completely escaped. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used this kind of method to possess someone and would have directly come out to find me. However, why didn't this Tuo Sen immediately attack me after possessing someone and instead entered Rosefinch's tomb? Could it be that he also wants the cultivation planet crystal? Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the cultivation planet crystal can allow him to completely escape the ancient god's seal? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Just at this moment, another violent tremor came from the spirit mountain. The heavens and earth began to rumble as if they were going to destroy the heavens and earth. The collapse occurred for the third time. The inside of the Suzaku tomb collapsed on a large scale, causing many areas to be destroyed. The cultivators and forsaken immortal clan members that couldn't find the spirit mountain were all destroyed by this calamity that had nowhere to hide. To be continued. Chapter 460. Even many of the spiritual creatures formed by the soul pieces collapse. The death of the soul pieces created a chain reaction. Some of the mortals, cultivators, and even demonic beasts on Suzaku began to die. This kind of death was silent and couldn't be avoided. It could only be considered a disaster. Luckily, not a lot of people died, but as the cultivation planet crystal collapses, the entire Suzaku will become a prison of death. Rosefinch's son's mad laughter came from inside Mount Rosefinch. He was currently sitting in the lotus position inside Rosefinch Mountain. His eyes were filled with madness and he revealed a cruel smile as he muttered to himself, "My junior apprentice brother, how is this game? This game has only just begun, it hasn't reached the climax yet. My good disciple, Qianfeng, I'm looking forward to seeing you use the treasure I gave you. As long as you use that treasure, the climax of this game can begin." Inside Rosefinch's tomb, the collapse lasted for 60 breaths of time. As the collapse continued, more and more cracks appeared on the giant door. Just at this moment, Yunxi's body suddenly moved and he appeared next to the giant door. A straw hat appeared in his hand and he slapped it down. The straw hat immediately trembled and turned into tattoos. These tattoos intertwined with each other and shot toward the giant door like meteors. Bursts of roaring sounds echoed as the cracks on the door rapidly expanded. Yunxi let out a roar and shouted, "Attack!" The two people from the forsaken immortal clan immediately flew into the air and bombarded the door with spells. Just at this moment, the gloomy old man's eyes lit up and he revealed a smile of disdain. He suddenly stood up, pointed at the void several times and said, "Greed, infatuation." With that, the two people from the forsaken immortal clan who were attacking the giant door trembled. Their eyes released a demonic glow without any warning and green and purple lights came from their bodies. "Explode," the sinister old man said softly. With two loud bangs, the two forsaken immortal clan members exploded, creating shockwaves as they slammed into the giant door. The moment he saw this technique, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He recognized that this was the famous technique of Six Desire Devil Lord, the Six Desire Heavenly Demon Art. The door in the void began to shake violently after the two forsaken, immortal clan members exploded. More and more cracks appeared on the door. Skylark suddenly turned around and glanced at the gloomy old man. He snorted, formed a seal, and pressed his hands on the door. Bang! A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sound echoed throughout Rosefinch's tomb. The crack on the left side of the door immediately collapsed, and a beam of golden light shot out, piercing into the sky and not dissipating for a long time. Skylark's body flickered, and she turned into a red light that drilled into the crack. The eerie old man followed closely behind and entered. Then, the people on the spiritual mountain unleashed their respective techniques and charged into the mountain. Wang Lin was the fourth person to enter the crack. He took a step, turned into a strand of green smoke, and disappeared into the crack. Inside the spirit mountain was a golden ocean. This ocean was so large that one couldn't see the end. Waves churned inside the ocean, and the sound of waves crashing into each other could be heard. At the end of the ocean was a dark golden island. There was a palace on the island. This palace was very luxurious and large, and it gave off bursts of dazzling golden light. After Skylark appeared, her eyes revealed a mysterious light. In a flash, she broke through the waves and charged toward the island. The gloomy old man moved with her. In a flash, she was only 300 feet away from Skylark. The eyes of the little monkey on his shoulder lit up and revealed a hint of excitement. Aside from these two, Qian Feng and Lu Mei flew toward the island at full speed. Zhou Wutai and Zixian hesitated for a bit. They looked at each other and slowed down. They didn't rush forward. As for the masked person, he didn't even look at the island. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the ocean below him with a thoughtful expression. Wang Lin's figure turned into a ray of light and also flew toward the palace. At this moment, the golden world was filled with rays of light that whistled through the air. Skylark's figure flickered, and she arrived above the palace on the island. She charged down like lightning and entered the palace. Just at this moment, the old man's eyes lit up. He grabbed the little monkey on his shoulder and let out a roar as he threw it forward. The little monkey used the force to jump and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was even faster than Skylark and charged into the palace before the old man. Skylark's expression became gloomy. He let out a snort and charged into the palace after the little monkey. However, just at this moment, the palace suddenly trembled and rays of dazzling golden light came out. Shortly after, Yang Zi's figure quickly retreated from the palace. His expression was ugly and his eyes were filled with shock. As for the little monkey, it let out a few squeaks and flew back. The red light in its eyes was more than a foot long, and it looked very shocking from afar. It was very fast, but it didn't return to the gloomy old man's side. Instead, it floated in the air and stared at the palace. At the same time, a series of rumbling sounds came from the palace. Following that, a burly man in golden armor walked out from the blinding light. This golden-armored man looked very dignified, his eyes were like lightning, and he held a large, golden sword in his hand that emitted bursts of golden light. His black hair fluttered behind his head, and with a leap, he appeared above the palace. His gaze was like a torch as he coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. He swung the sword in his hand, and immediately, the entire golden sea let out rumbling sounds. Huge waves were stirred up, and they charged toward the island. In the blink of an eye, the entire island was submerged by the waves and disappeared into the golden sea. Yang Zi's expression was gloomy, and without a word, he was about to sink into the sea. However, the golden-armored man's eyes widened and he waved his sword. A giant ray of sword energy that was more than 1,000 feet long flew out. Skylark let out a roar and his hair moved without any wind. He pointed at the void and a ray of red light condensed in his hand and collided with the sword energy. After a loud bang, Skylark's figure turned into a meteor and disappeared into the bottom of the sea. The golden-armored man didn't give chase. Instead, his gaze fell on the little monkey that had just flown out. His eyes glittered as he waved his right hand again. Sword chi gathered on his golden sword, and just as he was about to slash down, the red light in the little monkey's eyes suddenly flickered intensely. It was actually 3 feet long, and a ferocious flame surged to the heavens. The golden-armored man's body trembled and the sword energy in his hand immediately slowed down. The little monkey grinned and arrived within 100 feet of the gloomy old man. Just as it was about to sink into the sea, the golden-armored man's body trembled. The golden-armored man immediately looked at the gloomy old man and swung the golden sword in his hand once more. The sword energy that had slowed down for a moment flashed once more and descended from the sky. Before it even closed in on the gloomy old man, a deep gully appeared in the ocean below him. The old man let out a low roar, and the red light in his eyes flickered intensely. At the moment the sword ray arrived, a red illusory figure suddenly appeared from his body. This red illusory figure could only be seen to be humanoid, but it was impossible to tell if it was male or female. After it appeared, it waved its right hand and the sword energy immediately stopped. It had actually been caught. The illusory figure waved its right hand and the sword energy was thrown to the side, sinking into the sea. The golden-armored man looked at the old man, nodded, and no longer looked at it. The illusory figure returned to the gloomy old man's body. The old man's body trembled and his eyes shined red. His body moved and he entered the sea. The little monkey also entered the sea. Wang Lin saw all of this. With his experience, he was able to tell that the golden-armored man didn't intend to hurt anyone. However, if anyone wanted to go into the sea to find the palace, they would have to survive his sword to be qualified. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He vaguely saw through some mysteries. For example, the old man and the little monkey. When the old man and the little monkey split up, the golden-armored burly man was going to deal with them alone. However, when the man and the monkey gathered together, the golden-armored man only slashed out one ray of sword energy. It was clear that the golden-armored man determined that the man and the monkey belonged to the same group. Just at this moment, the golden-armored man's eyes lit up and the golden sword in his hand moved. A ray of sword energy descended from the sky and landed in the sea. A thunderous rumble came from the sea and a giant wave rose into the sky. Zhou Wutai and Zxian flew out from the wave in a sorry state and stopped 1,000 feet away. Zhou Wutai coughed out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. As for Zxian, she was also shocked. The two of them had been hiding at the bottom of the sea and secretly moving forward. They didn't expect to be unable to hide from the golden-armored man. The sword energy closed in and the two of them had to quickly retreat. Even so, they were still hit by the sword energy and were injured. The golden-armored man didn't chase. Instead, his gaze fell on Wang Lin. A flash of coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. The golden-armored man was extremely powerful. The power of his sword should have reached the level of an ascendant cultivator. This was why the gloomy old man had released his possessed soul to resist it. Only Yunzi could calmly resist it and borrow the force to sink into the sea. However, the golden-armored man clearly didn't intend to harm them, or else Zhou Wutai and Zxian wouldn't have survived. To be continued. Chapter 461. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He knew that with his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to resist the sword energy unless he took out his ascendant soul. At this moment, Qian Feng and Lu Mei also frowned. It was obvious that they had also noticed something. Qian Feng's eyes lit up and he suddenly said, "Tsing Niu, how about the three of us join forces to resist the sword energy?" "Okay." Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he nodded. Qian Feng had no choice but to invite Wang Lin to join forces. It was obvious that even if he and Lu Mei joined forces, they wouldn't be able to withstand the sword energy. If they couldn't, then they wouldn't be able to enter the palace. Right now, Yunzi and the unfamiliar old man had already entered. If they were any later, this trip would be ruined. Now that Wang Lin had joined forces, their chances of success would increase a lot. In Qian Feng's heart, he didn't look down on Wang Lin just because he was at the early stage of soul transformation. On the contrary, in his heart, Wang Lin was someone who could fight against him. Also, in the depths of his heart, The 1 billion soul flag in Wang Lin's hand was a treasure that could kill him. He dreaded Wang Lin very much. This was why he had Red Butterfly stall Wang Lin, so that he could obtain the cultivation planet crystal. Unfortunately, after he arrived at the Spirit Mountain, he found out that there were still a few hurdles before he could obtain the cultivation planet crystal. In his heart, Wang Lin was no longer at the same level as before. However, there was still a trace of pride hidden deep in Qian Feng's heart. In his mind, if Wang Lin didn't have the 1 billion soul flag, then he wouldn't be able to compare to him. After hearing Wang Lin's words, Qian Feng pondered for a bit and said, "Fellow cultivator Tsing, the two of us will go first to resist the sword energy. What do you think?" After hearing Wang Lin's words, Qian Feng pondered a bit and said, "Fellow cultivator Tsing, the two of us will go first to resist the sword energy." Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he looked at Qian Feng and Lu Mei. At this moment, Lu Mei also looked at him and smiled. Just as she was about to speak, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and said, "There's no need to be so troublesome. Wang will be the first to receive the sword light, and the two of you will follow." Qian Feng was startled and his eyes lit up. Not only would he have to defend against the sword energy, but he would also have to be careful of the people behind him. It was extremely dangerous. The reason why Qian Feng suggested going with Wang Lin was because he was afraid that Wang Lin would have too many misgivings and wouldn't use his full strength. Furthermore, with Lu Mei supporting him from behind, even if Wang Lin secretly made a move, he wouldn't be worried. Qian Feng had already decided that resisting the sword energy was his first choice. As for killing Wang Lin, he could put it off for later. Hearing Wang Lin suggest going first, Qian Feng was a bit confused, but he knew that now wasn't the time to think about it. He nodded and said, "Then it's all up to fellow cultivator Tseng." Lu Mei frowned. She felt that this matter was a bit strange. After pondering for a bit, she looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even look at her. He jumped out and flew toward the golden-armored man. Qian Feng and Lu Mei followed behind him. The three of them formed a line and flew over. The moment the three of them closed in, the golden-armored man's eyes narrowed. He raised the golden sword in his hand and a dazzling golden light came from it. Then he suddenly slashed down. Suddenly, the sword ray that was 1,000 feet wide, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart, let out a powerful whistling sound as it arrived. At this moment, the only sound that could be heard was the sound of the sword energy whistling through the sky. It was extremely fast as it descended. The seawater on the surface of the sea was instantly forced into a gully. It quickly separated along the sides, revealing a deep and serene long mark. When Yangtze and the gloomy old man fought against the sword energy, Wang Lin didn't personally participate. Although he felt it, it wasn't very deep. Now that he had personally faced the sword energy, he immediately felt the destructive aura. Within the presence, his soul even began to tremble gently, showing signs of instability. Not only that, but he also felt like countless mountains were crushing down on every part of his body. He wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling. It was the same as when he was in the spirit vein under the soul refining sect. However, this time it was 100 times stronger than before. Before the sword energy even closed in, blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. However, his eyes revealed an unyielding gaze. Seeing Wang Lin like this, Qian Feng couldn't help but stop. His eyes lit up and he revealed a look of hesitation. He didn't know if he should use this opportunity to kill Wang Lin and steal the 1 billion soul flag, or if he should follow his original plan and help resist the sword energy. This thought flashed through his mind and he made a decision. He was going to kill Wang Lin and take the soul flag. That way, the soul flag would be able to resist the sword energy. All of these thoughts flashed through his mind in a very short period of time. After making a decision, Qian Feng laughed and said, "Don't worry, fellow cultivator Tseng. I'm coming." With that, Qian Feng's figure moved like lightning and charged forward. This attack had to succeed, so Qian Feng wasn't in a rush. He was going to leave an unforgettable destruction for Wang Lin after he got close. He had to succeed in one go. If he gave Wang Lin the chance to take out the 1 billion soul flag, it would be bad. With Lu Mei's intelligence, she immediately knew Qian Feng's intention. She hesitated for a moment, but a flash of coldness appeared in her eyes. She didn't follow but stayed behind. She was a ruthless person. If Qian Feng could kill Wang Lin, then she would be able to erase his aura from her last illusion. When she reached Dao in the future, she would have one less heart demon to worry about. At this moment, the sword energy arrived directly above Wang Lin's head and pierced through the air. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he revealed a mocking smile. How could he not have predicted Qian Feng's change of heart when he proposed to be the first to resist the sword energy? All of this was exactly what he had expected, and it was completely within his expectations. As Qian Feng closed in and the sword energy descended, Wang Lin secretly calculated Qian Feng's movements. The moment Qian Feng appeared within 100 feet of him, Wang Lin let out a laugh. He slapped his bag of holding and a pagoda flew out. In a flash, it blocked in front of him. Zhou Yi's early-stage ascendant divine sense spread out from the pagoda. When the sword energy closed in, it couldn't help but slow down for a moment. Borrowing this moment, Wang Lin let out a laugh and recalled the pagoda. His body flickered and he charged toward the surface of the sea. However, his speed wasn't fast, and he maintained a distance of 100 feet from Qian Feng. The golden-armored man's eyes narrowed. He didn't chase after Wang Lin and instead looked at Qian Feng. Without the ascendant divine sense resisting the sword energy, it regained its power and suddenly descended on Qian Feng. Qian Feng's expression changed greatly. He didn't have time to guess why the golden-armored man's sword energy didn't attack Wang Lin and instead attacked him. At this moment, he slapped his bag of holding and a red awl appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the red awl was covered in lightning and charged toward the sword energy. A hint of mockery flashed through Wang Lin's eyes. When the old man and the little monkey faced off against the sword energy, he was a bit confused. After some analysis, he was sure that the golden-armored man had determined that the old man and the little monkey were together, which was why he only sent out one sword energy. According to Wang Lin's calculations, the distance between the little monkey and the old man was less than 100 feet. As a result, the golden-armored man determined that they were together. Within this range, the sword energy would attack whoever was closest to the sword energy. That was why Wang Lin refused to fight with Qian Feng and Lu Mei. Although he was very close to Qian Feng, it was because they were too close that Qian Feng would be able to react immediately if he made any small movements. As a result, Qian Feng would be on guard. That was why he proposed to fight alone, and Qian Feng fell for it. Although he was confused, he agreed. In truth, even if Qian Feng didn't agree and the three of them didn't work together, Wang Lin still planned to face the sword energy by himself. He didn't believe that Qian Feng wouldn't launch a sneak attack when he was in danger. However, luring Qian Feng to within 100 feet of him would be a bit troublesome. However, Wang Lin also had a plan. He was confident that he could lure Qian Feng over. Qian Feng's suggestion of the three of them working together was exactly what Wang Lin wanted. Qian Feng couldn't resist the temptation and gave up on fighting together. Instead, he used the excuse of fighting together to fool Wang Lin. Just as he was about to attack, he didn't expect Wang Lin to have already seen through everything. This time, Zhou Yi's ascendant divine sense played a key role on Wang Lin's pagoda. Borrowing the moment the sword energy stopped, Wang Lin had the opportunity to escape from the sword energy. This allowed Qian Feng to be the closest to the sword energy. Although all of this sounds slow, it all happened in a flash. When the sword energy swept toward Qian Feng, Wang Lin's body paused. He didn't immediately charge out and instead coldly looked at Lu Mei. When Lu Mei saw this, her heart trembled and she suddenly understood something. Her eyes lit up and she quickly chased after Wang Lin. Seeing Lu Mei close in, Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he charged out. This time, he was more than 100 feet away from Qian Feng. The moment Wang Lin was more than 100 feet away from Qian Feng, the golden-armored giant's eyes narrowed. He waved the golden sword in his hand twice, and 2 rays of sword energy flew toward Wang Lin and Lu Mei. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. Not only did he not charge toward the surface of the sea, but he blindly teleported to within 100 feet of Lu Mei just as the sword energy closed in. Lu Mei's expression changed. Although she wasn't sure, she was able to guess what was going on from Wang Lin's actions. She was about to teleport so that Wang Lin would be the closest person to the sword energy. To be continued. Chapter 462. Wang Lin revealed a cold smile. The moment Lu Mei closed in, he touched his bag of holding and a few flowing time wood carvings flew out. Flowing time. Wang Lin let out a roar and all the wood carvings exploded. A powerful flowing time domain spread out. Although Lu Mei's 1,000 illusions domain was complete, the flowing time domain on the wood carvings was carefully prepared by Wang Lin. Although it couldn't harm Lu Mei and the delay was very short, in this moment of crisis, this short delay could be fatal. Lu Mei's body couldn't help but slow down. Wang Lin's body immediately descended and landed below Lu Mei. At this moment, the 2 rays of sword energy in the sky suddenly merged into one and slashed down. Their target was Lu Mei. A flash of killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He pointed at the void and a restriction aura came out from his fingertip and shot toward Lu Mei. Wang Lin didn't care about the result. He knew that time was of the essence, so he quickly dove into the sea. In the sea, there was a giant palace that was emitting bursts of golden light. Wang Lin's body moved and he charged toward the palace at his fastest speed. There was a mysterious force enveloping the sea. Wang Lin didn't even need to test it to know that there was a technique that could restrict his teleportation. He had experienced this feeling in some mysterious places before, so he naturally understood. Just as he was about to enter the palace, a roar came from the sea. The water around Wang Lin suddenly split apart and a 1,000-foot-long ray of sword energy descended from the sky, chasing after Wang Lin. The ray of sword energy got closer and closer. Wang Lin could even feel the powerful sharpness coming from it. A sharp pain came from the top of his head. He gritted his teeth. There was less than 1,000 feet left before he could enter the palace, but the ray of sword energy behind him had already closed in on him. A trace of blood flowed down from the top of Wang Lin's head. The piercing pain grew stronger and stronger. 90 meters. 80 meters. 70 meters. 60 meters. The distance between them was shrinking bit by bit. However, the whistling sound of the sword light above their heads seemed to reverberate in their minds. As Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, he swiped his bag of holding to produce a battle axe. He instantly turned around and roared, holding the battle axe in front of him. At that moment, the sword energy arrived and landed on the battle axe. Wang Lin's face turned red and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His nascent divinity trembled. With a roar, he slapped his bag of holding and the pagoda flew out. Zhou Yi's state immediately spread out, and the sword light slowed down. Wang Lin's body was faster than lightning. He crossed the distance of 500 feet and finally entered the palace. The moment his body entered the palace, the sword light flickered and slowly disappeared without a trace. Blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth as he put away the battle axe and pagoda. He immediately sat down and swallowed a large amount of pills. After meditating for a bit, he felt a stabbing pain all over his body. He clenched his teeth and took out a celestial jade. He looked at it for a bit before swallowing it. A powerful surge of celestial spiritual energy echoed through his body. After charging out, Wang Lin immediately felt his body lighten. He used celestial spiritual energy to suppress the injuries in his body. He stood up, took one step, and charged toward the palace. Above the sea, the sword energy closed in on Lu Mei. She was about to dodge when a restriction closed in on her. Her expression changed and she clenched her teeth before spitting out a mouthful of white mist. A white ribbon flew out from the mist and shattered the restriction. The white ribbon wrapped around her body, and when the sword energy closed in, she retreated several feet. The sword energy flickered and disappeared without a trace. The golden-armored man didn't continue to attack. His duty was to guard this place. Only those who met the requirements were allowed to enter the palace. There was only one requirement, and that was to be able to resist one sword energy. Qian Feng was also in a sorry state as he dodged. Luckily, the sword energy didn't chase after him. As long as he left, it would stop attacking. Sing Niu. I, Qian Feng, swear that I'll tear you to pieces. If I break this oath, I won't have a good death. Qian Feng's expression was ferocious as he roared like crazy. Lu Mei's expression was gloomy as she silently stared at the surface of the sea. Seeing that Qian Feng was still cursing like a madman, she frowned and said, "Shut up. If it wasn't for you having bad intentions, the three of us would have already entered the palace. There would be no need to end up like this." Qian Feng's expression was ferocious as he fiercely stared at Lu Mei and said, "Do you think I didn't see you flirting with that brat? Junior sister, don't forget what you promised me back then." Lu Mei coldly stared at Qian Feng and said, "With Yangtze here, it will be very difficult for Tsing Niu to take back his peace soul. Yangtze won't let him succeed so easily." Qian Feng took a deep breath and put away his ferocious expression. He touched his bag of holding and said, "The thing the old guy gave me was originally meant to deal with the 1 billion soul flag. Since it can deal with the 1 billion soul flag, it should have some effect on the Ascendant Land. Once Yangtze comes out, I'll take it out. I only want his peace soul, and if he doesn't give it to me, I'll die either way." Inside the palace, there was a large passage before Wang Lin. There were a few flickering lamps that gave off a demonic light. This light wasn't fire, but something that Wang Lin had never seen before. In the dim light, this seemingly endless passageway was illuminated with a hint of a strange atmosphere as it twisted and turned. Wang Lin revealed a cautious expression as he carefully walked forward. This passage seemed to be endless. After walking for a long time, the surroundings were still the same. Wang Lin didn't dare to spread out his divine sense too far. When he first entered this place, a portion of his divine sense silently disappeared as if it had been devoured by something. As a result, Wang Lin was naturally very careful. After an unknown amount of time, the fluctuations of spells came from the passage ahead. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, then he stopped and carefully spread out his divine sense. However, Wang Lin's expression immediately changed. His divine sense was at the end of the passage, and there was a large open space there. At the center of the open space was a giant tower. There was a throne on the tower, and there was a person sitting on the throne. This person was wearing a dark red robe and his hair was draped behind his head. This person looked to be in his middle years, and his appearance was very ordinary. However, he gave off a sense of majesty and pride. His eyes were closed and there was no sign of life from his body. He was clearly a dead person. However, as he sat there, a monstrous aura came from his body. This aura was dense and didn't dissipate. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense saw this person, he suddenly had an uncontrollable urge to kowtow. He circulated the celestial spiritual energy in his body to suppress this urge. There seemed to be an invisible force here that would cause anyone who saw this person to tremble. There was an item floating before him. This item was a fist-sized ball of light that gave off bursts of purple light. The light shone on the middle-aged man's body, leaving a black shadow behind him. However, at this moment, this light was a bit dim, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. It was flickering between bright and dark. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense touched this light, a powerful force came from it and landed on Wang Lin's divine sense. Wang Lin's divine sense quickly withdrew. Inside the passage, Wang Lin's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. The first rosefinch, Yi Wuyo. He immediately guessed the middle-aged man's identity. As for the ball of purple light, it was the cultivation planet crystal. However, Wang Lin felt like something was wrong. Although the cultivation planet crystal was the same as what Situnan said, when Wang Lin's divine sense touched it, he didn't feel his soul clench. "Since you're here, then come in." Yunxi's voice came from inside the passage. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When his divine sense entered the passage, he only noticed the first rosefinch and the cultivation planet crystal. As for Yunxi and the gloomy old man, he didn't see them. Wang Lin pondered a bit and walked forward. Not long after, he arrived at the end of the passage and walked into the open space. Now that he was here, the feeling of shock became even stronger. Compared to the giant tower, Wang Lin felt small. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His eyes lit up and he saw Yunxi's figure in the corner. Yunxi's face was pale as he sat there in the lotus position. There was still blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. He looked dispirited as he looked at Wang Lin and said with a hoarse smile, "I really didn't see you. You are the third person to enter this place." Wang Lin revealed a cautious expression and said, "What about him?" Yunxi's expression was ugly and he said, "I trapped him with a formation, so he should still be inside. Wang Lin, I'm seriously injured, so you have to help me get the cultivation planet crystal. Whether it's for the sake of the Forsaken Immortal Clan or the cultivators, I can't let the cultivation planet crystal collapse." Wang Lin's expression was normal. He looked at Yunxi and calmly said, "You want me to go get the cultivation planet crystal?" Yunxi took a deep breath and sighed. "I know you have a lot of misgivings. If you check me with your divine sense, you will understand that I'm like a dried-up oil lamp. That old man with the monkey is not someone from Suzaku. His spells are very strange, so I can only trap him for a short period of time. Once he escapes, he will definitely steal the cultivation planet crystal. At that time, everyone in Suzaku will be in danger." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his head and looked at the purple light in front of the first-generation rosefinch, Yi Wuyo. Without any hesitation, he quickly retreated. Wang Lin flew toward the passage at a speed several times faster than when he entered. Yunxi's eyes lit up and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was blocking the passage. He stared at Wang Lin and shouted, "Why are you running?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He retreated a few steps and stared at Yunxi. He waved his hand and the 1,000,000,000 soul flag appeared. He calmly said, "Junior doesn't want to die yet." Chapter 463. Yunxi's expression was gloomy. He looked at Wang Lin and sneered. "How did you see through it?" Wang Lin stared at Yunxi and said, "That is not the cultivation planet crystal. Also, you have the ability to teleport, so even if you were injured, it wouldn't be as serious as you say it is." Yunxi laughed. His eyes revealed a hint of appreciation and said, "You are indeed worthy of being one of the 4 people I chose." "That is right, that is not the cultivation planet crystal." When the old man arrived, he immediately knew that it was a star guide. If you want to retrieve your soul piece, you only need to touch it to retrieve your soul piece. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He didn't say anything as he stared at Yunxi. The 1,000,000,000 soul flag in his hand slowly tightened. Yunxi said, "The old man won't lie to you. Using the star guide to retrieve my soul piece requires a large price, so the old man wants you to help me retrieve it. If you agree, the old man will definitely give you a great treasure." In the deepest part of the Forsaken Immortal clan, there is an ancient altar. Back then, my clan's ancestor obtained the power to reach the 12-leaf stage from the 11-leaf stage. If you help me retrieve my soul piece, I'll send you there to increase your cultivation by 1 level. How about it? Wang Lin began to ponder. Yunzi seemed to be a bit anxious and impatiently said, Wang Lin, go and retrieve the cultivation planet crystal. Don't force the old man to make a move. You know that the old man doesn't want to kill you. Wang Lin looked at Yunzi and said, if you go back on your word, tell me the method to use the straw hat. Tell me how to use that straw hat, it's a deposit. Inside Wang Lin's bag of holding was the straw hat that Skylark had given him in the past. It was just that there were too many complicated array formations inside. If he didn't know how to use them, he wouldn't be able to control them all. Yunzi's eyes lit up. From his point of view, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to escape today, so he could only do as he was told. He took out a jade slip and after a few breaths of time, threw it at Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught it and calmly looked at it. After confirming that it was real, he put it in his bag of holding. Then, with the 1 billion soul banner in his hand, he turned into a ray of light and flew above the tower. Almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the son of Rosefinch. Looking at the hero of the past, Wang Lin silently glanced at him, especially at the shadow behind him, and then his gaze fell on the purple ball. He was standing next to the purple ball of light and was illuminated by it. However, there was no shadow on the ground. Yunzi's eyes lit up and he quickly said, put your hand on it and call my name. Don't play any tricks or else the old man will kill you today. Wang Lin took a deep breath, looked down at Yunzi and softly said, I once thought you were my benefactor. Even when I found out that you were a member of the Forsaken Immortal clan, I didn't want to go against you. I just wanted to leave Suzaku and pursue my own Tao. Today, Senior, you have disappointed me. I don't know if the effect of the star guide is as you said, but I do know that if I do as you say, I'm afraid I'll die without you even needing to do anything. The moment Wang Lin said those words, Yunzi's expression changed. His body flickered and he was about to charge out. Wang Lin shook the 1 billion soul flag and countless soul fragments flew out and surrounded Sun Man. At the same time, Wang Lin quickly backed up and let out a roar. All of the soul fragments inside the 1 billion soul flag charged toward the shadow behind the son of Rosefinch. At this moment, cracking sounds came from the shadow behind the son of Rosefinch. At the same time, a laugh came from inside the shadow. Shortly after, a ray of red light flashed and the shadow collapsed. The gloomy old man stepped out and the little monkey on his shoulder charged out toward Yunzi. Yunzi's expression was gloomy. He stopped and waved his hands in the air. Golden runes appeared from the void and circled around his body. Kid, this spell formation of yours really is something. You used the remnant power of the dead man and your cultivation base to form a shadow seal to trap me inside. This kind of shadow restriction technique is extremely rare even in ancient times. It's not easy for you to master it. If Master's main body was here, he would be able to shatter it with one punch. However, Master's soul fragment was trapped by you. Being able to do this in this life is enough for you to brag about in your next life. The gloomy old man's eyes flashed red. Yunzi let out a snort and all of the runes around his body charged out. His target wasn't the gloomy old man, but the little monkey. A mere puppet. If I destroy the true hiding place of your soul fragment, no matter how strong your main body is, you won't be able to catch up. Yunzi shouted. When Wang Lin spread out his divine sense, he noticed the shadow behind Yi Wuyo. However, when he found that there was no shadow behind Yi Wuyo, he felt like something was wrong, so he decided to take a gamble. If he failed, he would immediately hide in the heaven-defying beads space. As for the star guide that Yunzi talked about, Wang Lin guessed that it had the same effect as Yunzi said. However, the price for it was a life in exchange for a life. Otherwise, Yangtze would have already gone to take it himself. There was no need for him to wait until now. Presumably, even if the third person to enter wasn't him, Yangtze would have sent him to take his soul fragment. At the moment the old man charged out, Wang Lin waved the 1 billion soul flag. The soul fragments gathered around the old man and took him away from the side. Whether it was the old man that had been possessed by Tua's son or Yangtze, they weren't people that Wang Lin wanted to provoke. He was sure that there was no cultivation planet crystal here, so he could only leave as soon as possible. However, just at this moment the area suddenly trembled. This trembling was extremely violent, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. This was especially true for the pagoda. At this moment, cracking sounds could be heard and cracks appeared on the pagoda. The collapse of the cultivation planet crystal had begun once again. On the top of the pagoda, there was a crack that looked like a swimming dragon. It split open from the bottom to the top, and wherever it passed, cracking sounds could be heard. In the end, the crack reached the top of the pagoda and extended to where the first rosefinch, Yiwuyo, was sitting. At this moment, a crisp sound echoed and the throne that Yiwuyo was sitting on suddenly fell from the pagoda. As for Yiwuyo's body, it shook and turned into ashes. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. At this moment it wasn't just him. Yangtze, the gloomy old man, and the little monkey all stopped fighting and stared at where Yiwuyo had turned into ashes. A white crystal about the size of half a fist slowly floated up from the place where Yiwuyo had turned into dust. The moment Wang Lin saw the white crystal, he immediately felt a fluctuation that was connected to his soul. Cultivation planet crystal. Yangtze gasped. His body moved like lightning and he was about to rush out, but the little monkey was even faster and chased after the gloomy old man. At this moment, Wang Lin was quite far away, so he couldn't be faster than the others. He stared at the white crystal and clenched his teeth. He didn't try to steal it, but instead wrapped his body in the soul flag and rushed toward the passage not far away. Wang Lin knew that with his strength, he wasn't qualified to steal it from Yangtze and the person who had been possessed by Tua's senator. Even if he did get his hands on it, he wouldn't have the time to take back his soul and would instead get himself killed. After letting out a sigh, Wang Lin quickly flew toward the passage. The gloomy old man was relatively close. He grabbed the white crystal and laughed. Master's escape is right in front of us. However, at the instant his hand grabbed the white crystal, his expression suddenly changed. He stopped laughing and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to let go, his body swayed slightly, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, he turned into wisps of smoke that crawled into the white crystal. All of this happened very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the old man disappeared. Only a red light appeared in the void. In a flash, it fused with the little monkey that was charging toward it. The little monkey let out a roar and its aura increased several-fold. At this moment, it was almost as strong as Rosefinch's son and was at the late stage of ascendant. Although it was very close to the white crystal, it hesitated for a moment and didn't grab it. At this moment, Yangtze arrived and grabbed the white crystal. However, he immediately let out a miserable groan and his body released white gas. He was so scared that he quickly let go. Fortunately, he grabbed the white crystal in the void and didn't actually touch it. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to escape. This sudden change had happened without any warning, causing the little monkey and Yangtze to be in a dilemma. Just at this moment, the white crystal let out a buzzing sound and charged toward Yangtze. Yangtze's expression changed greatly and he quickly got out of the way. The white crystal flickered and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When he saw the gloomy old man disappear, he immediately turned around and charged toward the passage. His body was surrounded by the 1 billion soul flag, so his speed was much faster than before. The passage wasn't straight, it was a bit crooked. However, the white crystal seemed to have intelligence and charged toward Wang Lin as if it wouldn't stop until it caught up. Young Zi's expression was gloomy as he chased after it. As for the little monkey, it also turned into a ray of black light and chased after it. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left around the pagoda. Just at this moment, a ray of black and purple light condensed at the top of the pagoda and slowly turned into the shape of a human. It was the masked person from the Spirit Mountain. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes, but he immediately became clear and muttered, "The cultivation planet crystal has collapsed. This rosefinch is quite bold." As Wang Lin ran, the white crystal chased after him. It became faster and faster and would close the distance between them in an instant. When it was less than 30 feet away, Wang Lin suddenly turned around and his eyes became cold. His right hand formed a seal and his celestial spiritual energy surged, causing a strange wind to blow toward the white crystal. To be continued. Chapter 464. Wang Lin's goal was to blow it away. This thing was too strange, so he really didn't want to touch it. However, the crystal flashed and broke through the strange wind. In an instant, it closed in on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin clenched his teeth. As he quickly retreated, his right hand reached out to grab the crystal. Just as he was about to throw it away, he suddenly found that he didn't feel any discomfort. After being startled for a moment, his eyes lit up and he quickly ran away again without any hesitation. However, just at this moment, a mysterious force came from the white crystal and entered Wang Lin's body through his right hand. It moved like lightning and exploded in Wang Lin's mind. A series of strange symbols immediately appeared in his mind. These tattoos turned into bolts of lightning and flashed like crazy inside Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling. Back in the land of the ancient god, when he obtained ancient god 2C's inheritance of knowledge, he had experienced this before. The symbols in his mind flashed like crazy and images appeared one by one in Wang Lin's mind. The first image was of a dignified and arrogant man. He stood on a huge star compass. The star compass was purplish-black in color, and it flickered with strange lightning. Wherever it passed through space, there would be loud rumbling sound. In front of the man was a huge celestial pavilion floating in the starry sky. 3 words were clearly written on it: Celestial Pavilion. Celestial Stamp Palace. The man moved very fast and entered the celestial pavilion in the blink of an eye. "Stop!" A voice that came from the void slowly came from the celestial pavilion. This voice was filled with boundless majesty, causing everyone who heard it to tremble violently. However, the middle-aged man's expression remained the same as he clasped his hands and said, "Junior's name is Yi Wuyo from the country of Rosefinch, a new rank 6 cultivation country. I'm here on orders from the Cultivation Alliance to collect the Rosefinch stamp." Wang Lin's body trembled. He felt like his mind was being sucked in by a vortex and was completely absorbed into the image. However, not only did his footsteps not stop, they became even more strange. A ray of red light suddenly appeared under his feet and a powerful force suddenly spread out from Wang Lin's body. This force didn't come from him but from the red light under his feet. As the red light flashed, Wang Lin's speed suddenly increased. He moved through the tunnel at an unimaginable speed. Young Zi, who was chasing after him, exclaimed. His expression was ugly and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Rosefinch stamp. How can this Tsing Nyo give off the aura of the Rosefinch stamp? In Wang Lin's mind, the majestic man stepped into the celestial pavilion. The celestial pavilion seemed to have countless floors, but he only reached the 3rd floor before stopping. The Vermilion Bird Seal is a low-level divine ability. It's an inherited technique and can only be used by a titled cultivator. The voice came from the void, and at the same time, a red stamp slowly formed in the void. This stamp looked very complicated. Wang Lin suddenly had a feeling that this stamp was similar to the Forsaken Immortal Clan's skull tattoo. However, after taking a closer look, it was completely different. This feeling was very strange. At this moment, the stamp slowly floated toward the man and entered between his eyebrows. An intense pain suddenly came from between Wang Lin's eyebrows. This kind of pain was something he had never experienced before. It was as if his soul was being imprinted. At this moment, he seemed to have lost himself and turned into that majestic man. Bursts of intense pain came from Wang Lin's body, and he couldn't help but let out a roar. His body moved even faster and the red light around him became even more blinding. Behind him, Yangzi's eyes were filled with disbelief. He stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin, who was surrounded by the red light, and muttered to himself, This is Rosefinch's inheritance. How could this be? Without the approval of Rosefinch's son and without the fusion of the cultivation planet heart, how could this child experience Rosefinch's inheritance? As for the little monkey, its eyes were filled with a red light as it stared at Wang Lin with a gloomy expression. Wang Lin's roar echoed inside the passage. He moved like lightning and charged out of the passage. He appeared in the sea through the entrance of the palace. He didn't stop and charged toward the surface of the sea. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by a red light and a sliver of Rosefinch's aura filled the area. His eyes had long since lost their clarity. Instead, they were filled with darkness and struggle. The pain in his mind was like waves crashing against him. Each wave was more painful than the last, and it was almost unbearable. The veins on his body swelled and his eyes were bloodshot. The injuries that had been suppressed in his body could no longer be controlled and suddenly erupted. However, when the red light swept by, the injuries were immediately suppressed even more. A majestic voice suddenly echoed inside Wang Lin's mind. Are you willing to become the titled Rosefinch, to protect Suzaku until his life ends? This voice was like thunder in Wang Lin's mind. As the rumbling echoed, Wang Lin's eyes became clear. At this moment, he had a feeling that as long as he agreed, he could obtain the inheritance of Rosefinch's seal. Although his cultivation level was only at the early stage of soul transformation with the Rosefinch's seal, he could fight against ascendant cultivators. I'm not willing, Wang Lin replied in his mind. Wang Lin's goal wasn't to become the next Rosefinch. After this answer appeared in his mind, he faintly heard a sigh. Then there was a flash of red light from his body, and it quickly disappeared. In the end, all of the red light gathered on the white crystal in his right hand. Along with the red light, the seals in Wang Lin's mind also disappeared. These seals quickly disappeared like the tide, as if they were never there. During this process, Wang Lin immediately shouted in his heart, Life Soul! One life for one life. The voice appeared once more and slowly disappeared. However, in Wang Lin's mind, there was a strange rune that emitted a ghostly light. Feeling this symbol, Wang Lin's mind was enlightened and he gained enlightenment. If he wanted to retrieve his life soul from the cultivation planet crystal, he had to exchange a life for a life. Apart from this method, the other method was to wait for the life soul to be absorbed by the spirit creature and then kill it to retrieve it. However, the second method was to find something that belonged to him. It was purely a matter of luck and couldn't be forced. At this moment, Wang Lin's body flew out of the ocean with Yangzi following closely behind him. As for the little monkey that Tuo Sen's soul fragment was hiding, it had disappeared without a trace. The moment Wang Lin charged out of the ocean, he regained his clarity. He was certain that Na Duo had lied. This item definitely had nothing to do with the G-realm, let alone allow the G-realm to evolve. Without any hesitation, he threw the white crystal in his hand and shouted, This is the cultivation planet crystal. The direction he threw it was none other than where Qian Feng and Lu Mei were. The two of them had been waiting outside. When they saw Wang Lin's group of three rush out, Qian Feng was about to take out the treasure that Rosefinch's son had given him when he suddenly saw a ray of white light fly out from Wang Lin's hand. Qian Feng's eyes lit up, but he didn't immediately grab it. However, he immediately regretted it because he saw Yangtze's speed increase. She passed by Wang Lin and charged toward the white crystal. Qian Feng clenched his teeth. Without a word, he slapped his bag of holding and a bronze puppet appeared in his hand. There were countless black dots on the puppet, and a black light was coming from the black dot. After taking out the treasure, Qian Feng's hand formed a seal. His face suddenly turned red and he coughed out a mouthful of blood that landed on the bronze puppet. At that moment, the copper man immediately absorbed all the blood and gave off a black and red light, which gradually spread out with a purple halo. Yangtze's figure suddenly stopped. His expression was gloomy as he stared at the bronze puppet. Yangtze said, "Rosefinch's son." The moment he spoke, Qian Feng's body began to tremble. Shortly after, rays of white light came out of his orifices and were absorbed by the bronze puppet without his control. Qian Feng's eyes were filled with fear as he suddenly raised his right hand. In his hand was a piece of jade and he crushed it. The moment the jade shattered, a powerful force gathered before Qian Feng. With a bang, his body was pushed back more than 100 feet. The white light around his orifices immediately dissipated and a small portion of it returned to his body. The bronze puppet absorbed a large amount of white gas and melted into a pool of bronze liquid. However, the bronze liquid seemed to be boiling as red smoke came out of it. The smoke condensed into a human figure in the air. It was Rosefinch's son. At this moment, Rosefinch's face was no longer as old as it was before. Instead, it was slightly rosy. "Junior brother, this game is now the real thing. The old man borrowed Qian Feng's life to come here to have a good time with you." As he spoke, he waved his right hand and the white crystal flew into his hand like lightning. Rosefinch held the crystal and suddenly hit his forehead, causing the crystal to merge with his body. Yangtze's expression was gloomy as he let out a snort and waved his hand. Runes appeared one by one, and the pressure they gave off was extremely shocking. Rosefinch's son laughed as his body moved and a large amount of red mist came out of his body. This red mist surged and surrounded everything within 5 kilometers of Yangtze. Waves of magic fluctuations came from within the red mist. The battle between Yangtze and Rosefinch's son began. However, it was covered by the red mist, so outsiders couldn't see it clearly. Rosefinch's son didn't notice that the moment the red mist spread out, the little monkey's figure disappeared into the red mist. At this moment, there were 5 people left outside the red mist. Qian Feng, Lu Mei, Zhou Wutai, Zxian, and the last one was Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent as his right hand reached out and the 1 billion soul flag appeared in his hand. He stared at Qian Feng and Lu Mei and slowly said, "Die." Chapter 465. Qian Feng was breathing heavily. A large amount of his lifespan had been taken by Rosefinch's son, so his body was very weak. His hatred for Rosefinch's son was monstrous. Good thing I didn't listen to him. If I had taken out this bronze man during a battle, I would have been sucked dry before I could even kill the enemy. Qian Feng clenched his teeth, but now was not the time to hate Rosefinch's son. The most important thing right now was how to deal with the killing intent before him. In truth, Rosefinch's son had been thinking about Qian Feng for a long time. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the Forsaken Immortal clan, Rosefinch's son might have been able to find a way to avoid the lifespan limit of the heavens and take over Qian Feng's body. When Qian Feng was young, Rosefinch's son had been planning this for a long time. He had Qian Feng devour many domains to comprehend the heavens Tao. He didn't do this for Qian Feng, but for himself. The method he used on Qian Feng was a secret technique that the past generations of Rosefinch's son had been researching. This technique wasn't completely successful. It only had a 10% chance of succeeding. However, even if it succeeded, it would only give Qian Feng a few dozen more years of lifespan. At the same time, he had to pay a great price for those few dozen more years of lifespan. That bronze man was the key. It was refined by the 4th-generation Suzaku using metal from another world. After countless years of refinement, it finally had the ability to absorb the life force of a cultivator and condense it into a spell. In truth, the reason why the bronze man had this ability was because of the changes in the cultivation planet crystal. This was how the past generations of Rosefinch's sun comprehended it. However, this thing wasn't perfect and had many fatal flaws. For example, although Rosefinch's sun looked like he was full of life, he was only a spent force. Wang Lin waved the 1 billion soul flag in his hand and countless soul fragments flew out. The soul fragments filled the sky like a black tornado. They let out ghostly wails that pierced the heavens and earth. Fuse! There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. With one word, the surrounding souls fused together. In the blink of an eye, 6 primary souls that hadn't reached the ascendant stage but were several times stronger than normal late-stage soul transformation cultivators appeared. The Qilin was also among them. I don't need to fuse with the ascendant stage to fight you too. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding and the battle axe appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he leaped into the air and swung down. Qian Feng's expression greatly changed. He slapped his bag of holding and the rosefinch all appeared in his hand. He shook it and a bolt of red lightning shot out toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he waved the battle axe in his hand. A powerful axe light immediately flashed out. At the same time, he let out a roar as he threw the battle axe forward. A deafening explosion could be heard as the battle axe whistled through the air. The lightning on the vermilion bird all immediately collapsed, and the battle axe whizzed down. Qian Feng's eyes revealed a fierce gaze as he let out a roar. His hand formed a seal and he pointed forward. At the moment the battle axe closed in, his body released a blinding, red light. The Rosefinch formation, activate. A voice that pierced through the 9 heavens suddenly reverberated in the sky. Qian Feng's body was forced back a few steps and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The clothes on his upper body immediately collapsed and turned to dust. A strange pattern suddenly appeared on his chest. The battle axe was hit by a powerful force and flew back. Wang Lin jumped into the air and grabbed the battle axe. The 6 primary souls released by Wang Lin's 1 billion soul flag let out a roar and split into 2. 4 of them charged at Lu Mei while the other 2 charged at Qian Feng. Lu Mei's expression slightly changed as she looked at the 1 billion soul flag with fear. She clenched her teeth and spat out a ray of white light. This white light immediately turned into a white ribbon with a golden pattern on it. With a flick of the ribbon, it immediately wrapped around Lu Mei's body. Suddenly, she broke a hole in the 4 host souls. Her entire body was wrapped in the white ribbon as she turned into a streak of white light and flew into the distance. Chase and kill. Wang Lin let out a roar. The 4 primary souls, including the Qilin, immediately chased after Lu Mei. Facing the attacks of the 2 primary souls, Qian Feng was forced to retreat. His expression was ugly as he slapped his bag of holding and a red fan appeared in his hand. He coughed out a mouthful of blood onto the fan and waved it. A gust of wind immediately appeared and swept the area. This gust of wind seemed to be specialized in restraining souls, so the 2 primary souls couldn't help but slow down. Wang Lin let out a cold snort as he slapped his bag of holding and 4 identical sword sheaths appeared before him. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he pointed forward and the 4 sword sheaths shot out like meteors. 4 rays of sword light shot out from the sword sheaths and turned into 3 meters long sword lights that released a monstrous sword intent. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as the 4 sword sheaths shot out and released a monstrous sword intent. Qian Feng's expression greatly changed as he threw the fan in his hand and retreated. He was about to escape. However, the moment the fan appeared next to the sword sheaths, it was destroyed by the 4 sword sheaths and chased after Qian Feng. Without the fan blocking them, the 2 primary souls quickly caught up to Qian Feng and pounced at him. Qian Feng's body trembled and his origin soul almost flew out of his body. Luckily, at this moment of crisis, the tattoo on his chest flashed and the rosefinch Xian formation was activated. Only then was he able to block the attack of the 2 primary souls. Qian Feng's expression was ugly. He suddenly turned around and roared, "Tsing Niu, don't force me!" As he roared, he spat out a ray of green light. The green light turned into a piece of green wood. A strange aura emanated from the greenwood tree. As the wind blew on it, it grew larger and larger until it was a 30-meter thick tree. Qian Feng's face was pale as he roared, "Carve!" The greenwood suddenly shook and pieces of wood fell from it. In the blink of an eye, it was as if an invisible hand was carving it. A figure suddenly appeared on the greenwood. This figure was Wang Lin. "Destroy!" Qian Feng roared once more. This time, his face was deathly pale and his body was trembling. A large amount of his lifespan had been taken, so it was obvious he wasn't strong enough to face Wang Lin. The moment the word, Qian Feng, destroy, came out of his mouth, Wang Lin suddenly stopped moving forward. His expression changed as an invisible force came from the green wood. Shortly after, he saw the image of a green blade come out from the wood and slash toward his head. The shadow of death shrouded Wang Lin's body. Qian Feng was, after all, a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. As the disciple of Rosefinch's son, how could he not have many treasures? He probably had more than Wang Lin. Wang Lin had never heard of this greenwood before. It was strange and impossible to defend against. At this moment, he wanted to retreat, but he found that there was a mysterious force that made it impossible for him to move. Seeing that the green light was about to close in, Qian Feng revealed a cruel smile. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. With a thought, a primary soul appeared before Wang Lin and exploded. The explosion of the primary soul created a monstrous aura that quickly spread out. All of the restrictions around Wang Lin suddenly collapsed and he quickly dodged the green light that was about to hit him. Qian Feng's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he turned around and ran. How could Wang Lin let him run? His right hand reached out and the 1,000,000,000 soul flag appeared in his hand. With a shake of his hand, a large amount of soul fragments flew out. "Seal!" Wang Lin let out a roar and all the soul fragments scattered. In an instant, the soul fragments formed a giant encirclement that trapped Qian Feng. At the same time, Wang Lin swung the axe in his hand at the greenwood. The greenwood trembled and was split in half. Qian Feng felt a sweetness in his mouth, and coughed out another mouthful of blood. "Die!" Wang Lin let out a roar and swung the axe in his hand. At the same time, 4 rays of sword energy shot out from the 4 sword sheaths. The 4 rays of sword energy turned into sword energy and charged toward Qian Feng from all 4 directions with the power to destroy the world. This wasn't the end. Wang Lin waved the 1,000,000,000 soul flag. The flag immediately turned into specks of light and fused with the surrounding soul fragments. A powerful sealing force came from the surrounding soul fragment. At this moment, a powerful pressure descended from the sky. Under this pressure, even teleportation would be affected. Qian Feng's eyes were filled with fear, but he immediately became angry and said, "Tsing Niu, there is no great enmity between us. Why must you kill me?" Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Qian Feng and said, word for word, "I'm killing you because I promised Red Butterfly." Qian Feng began to laugh like crazy and roared, "Tsing Niu, if you didn't have the 1,000,000,000 soul flag, killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand. You forced me to do this. Today, even if I die, I'll destroy your 1,000,000,000 soul flag." Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he softly said, "Die." 4 rays of sword energy shot out from the 4 directions. Their target was Qianfeng. These 4 rays of sword energy contained a powerful aura as if they were going to shatter the void. Qianfeng's expression was ferocious as he took a deep breath and activated the mysterious Suzaku formation at full power. A red ring of light appeared around him. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding and took out an item. It was an iron sword. A rusty iron sword that looked like it came from the mortal world. The specks of rust on it emitted a strong smell of blood. Obviously, these rust spots were formed because it was stained with blood and had fused with it. This item was secretly left behind by the Qian family's ancestor, the previous generation's son of Rosefinch. Even the current generation's son of Rosefinch doesn't know about it. Xingniu, I have the Rosefinch formation. If you can't break it, you can't kill me. Now that I have this sword, I can kill you. Chapter 466. After Qianfeng finished speaking, he waved the iron sword in his hand. The iron sword immediately released a primal aura. This aura gave off the feeling of an ancient god. The moment the iron sword appeared, even Zhu Kezi and Yongzi, who were inside the red mist, were shocked. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the iron sword. To be more accurate, he was looking at the rust on the iron sword. There are a few drops of dried blood on the sword. This blood has a very familiar aura, the blood of an ancient god. This is the true blood of an ancient god. It is not something the giant demon clan's blood can compare to. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at the rust on the sword. His eyes shined brightly. Something is wrong. How could an ancient god be injured by a common object? This sword was stained with the blood of an ancient god, so how could it be a common object? Wang Lin's eyes suddenly became serious. This time he looked at the sword. The moment the iron sword appeared, a person walked out from the sea below. No one noticed this person's appearance. It was as if he was completely transparent. This person was the man wearing the mask. His eyes revealed a mysterious light as he stared at the iron sword and muttered to himself, "This is..." Qianfeng was forced to take out this iron sword. "This is..." Qianfeng had no choice but to take out this iron sword. This iron sword is the Qian family's most hidden treasure. It was obtained by the previous generation's Suzaku from some unknown place and was secretly hidden in the Qian family. After the previous generation's son Rosefinch left this sword behind, he said, with the old man's cultivation level, he can't see through this sword. Based on my cultivation base, I can't see through this sword. My descendants, unless the clan is exterminated, do not use it. After Qianfeng followed Rosefinch's son, he secretly went to where the iron sword was hidden during the war with the Forsaken Immortal clan and took it. He wanted to kill Wang Lin, but he didn't trust the magical treasure that Rosefinch's son had given him. Therefore, he took out the iron sword. This was the treasure that he was prepared to use against the 1 billion soul flag. At this moment, a roar came from the red mist where Rosefinch and Yongzi were fighting. Shortly after, a figure flashed out and charged toward where Wang Lin and Qianfeng were. Almost in the blink of an eye, the shadow charged into the encirclement formed by the souls. However, wherever it passed, all the souls that stood in its way immediately let out shrill screams and instantly dissipated. It was directly penetrated by the phantom, leaving behind a long, empty path. The shadow flashed and charged into the encirclement. Wang Lin's expression changed and he quickly retreated. However, just at this moment, a burst of eerie laughter came from the shadow and a red figure condensed from the shadow. The moment this person appeared, he casually waved his hand at Wang Lin. Wang Lin coughed out a large mouthful of blood and his body was thrown far away like a meteor. He only stabilized himself after flying more than 10,000 feet. He coughed out another mouthful of blood that contained pieces of his internal organs. The red figure flickered and turned into a man with a head of red hair. His body was translucent and there was a little monkey inside his body. Rays of red light were emitted from the little monkey's body, which formed the illusionary figure. Tuo Sun. Wang Lin's heart was filled with bitterness as he said, word for word. The figure's body moved. This time, he arrived next to Qian Feng and threw him behind him. The rose-finch profound formation on Qian Feng's body automatically activated to block this person. However, the moment the illusory figure reached out, the mysterious vermilion bird formation let out a series of cracking sounds. It was actually shattered by the figure's grasp. Qian Feng's face suddenly became pale. The destruction of the rose-finch profound formation caused him to be even more injured. After throwing Qian Feng away, the illusory figure grabbed the iron sword. After taking a closer look, he laughed like crazy and said, "It's actually this thing. The blood on this sword is actually the blood of a 9-star race member of my clan." Good! With the help of the cultivation planet crystal, I'm 100% confident I can escape this time. Wang Lin took a deep breath as his right hand reached out and the 1 billion soul flag condensed in his hand. He shook it and all the souls within 5 kilometers flew toward the soul flag. At the same time, the battle axe and sword sheath also flew toward him. The figure looked at Wang Lin and revealed a grim smile as he said, "Little fellow, after I obtain the cultivation planet crystal, I'll deal with you." With that, he wiped the iron sword with his right hand and the rust on the sword seemed to come to life. It began to move and condense into a drop of dark red blood. The figure revealed a look of joy as he swallowed the drop of blood. Then he held the iron sword and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the red mist where Rosefinch and Yunxi were fighting. Rosefinch's exclamation and Yunxi's angry roar came from within the red mist. The fluctuations of magic power spread out like crazy. After being thrown by the figure, Qian Feng's injuries became even more serious. He finally managed to stop himself and was about to escape. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved the 1 billion soul flag and turned into a ray of black light as he charged toward Qian Feng along with the soul fragments inside the flag. "I'll use Qian Feng's life to exchange for a soul fragment and then leave Rosefinch's tomb as fast as possible." Wang Lin roared in his heart as he moved as fast as he could. In a flash, he created a storm of black soul fragments that surrounded Qian Feng, trapping him within the storm of soul fragments. Wang Lin's body flashed and he appeared before Qian Feng. His right hand pointed forward and an imprint appeared between Qian Feng's eyebrows. Qian Feng's face was pale and his eyes were filled with madness. Rosefinch's formation had been destroyed, his iron sword had been stolen, his treasure had been destroyed, his lifespan had been stolen, and he was seriously injured. Now that he was caught by Wang Lin, he would die without a burial. "Even if I die, I'll take you with me." Qian Feng's eyes were filled with madness as he prepared to self-destruct. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he softly said, "Soul fragment." The purple mark in his mind flashed brightly and flew out from between his eyebrows. It floated between him and Qian Feng. If he wanted to take back his soul fragment from the cultivation planet crystal, he would have to exchange his life for another. At this moment, just as Qian Feng was about to self-destruct, he let out a miserable groan and his eyes dimmed. The purple mark released a demonic glow and 2 soul fragments appeared. One of them was Wang Lin's and the other was Qian Feng's. Qian Feng's soul fragment gradually collapsed and Wang Lin's soul fragment slowly dissipated. Finally, it turned into specks of light and entered Wang Lin's eyebrows. Wang Lin's body trembled. He could feel that there was something extra in his body. A feeling of completion filled his body. On the other hand, Qian Feng's eyes dimmed and he died before he could self-destruct. For rays of light flew out from his forehead and gradually dissipated into the void. These 4 rays of light were the 5 elements and 4 spirits that Qian Feng had devoured. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He waved his hand and one of the 4 rays of light flew into his hand. The other 3 disappeared. As for Qian Feng's body, it fell from the sky and sank to the bottom of the sea. Qian Feng's bag of holding flew out and was caught by Wang Lin. The moment Qian Feng died, Zhou Wutai and Zxian looked at each other. Zhou Wutai let out a sigh. He wanted to tell Wang Lin, but he didn't have the time. The hatred in Zxian's eyes gradually dissipated. She stared at Qian Feng's body sinking to the bottom of the sea and began to laugh. This laugh was filled with monstrous hatred. Qian Feng. Zxian's eyes became cold and she immediately sat down in the lotus position. Her hands formed a strange seal, and at the same time, her forehead flashed a few times. Puppet cultivators suddenly appeared around her to protect her. Human furnace. Whose human furnace? Wang Lin, in the end, you still didn't see through it. You killed Qian Feng and helped Zxian. Alas. Unfortunately, I don't know what method Yangtze used. This kind of technique is unheard of. It's strange and unpredictable. Even the sliver of Azure Dragon inheritance that I just awakened doesn't have any memories of this technique. Zhou Wutai revealed a complicated expression as he looked at Zxian. At this moment, Zxian's face shined with a 7-colored light and a dense aura slowly condensed around her body. This aura was very similar to Qian Feng's. Wang Lin was surrounded by the 1 billion soul flag and was about to charge out of the golden sea. However, just at this moment, a heaven-shaking explosion came from the red mist released by Rosefinch's son. Yang's body was quickly thrown out. Blood was flowing out of his mouth and his eyes were cloudy. After he came out of the red mist, his body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. At the same time, Rosefinch's son was also thrown out. His face was gloomy and his vitality had disappeared. There was a dense aura of death on his face and blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. A wild laugh came from the red mist. Shortly after, the red mist disappeared, revealing Tuo Sen's soul fragment. It was holding the white crystal in its hand and its eyes were red. You 2 little babies, once I escape, I'll let you see my true strength. Tuo Sen laughed as his body turned into a bolt of lightning. His target was Wang Lin. Wang Lin, now it's your turn. Tuo Sen's voice was extremely cold. When it entered Wang Lin's ears, his body trembled. He wrapped himself in the 1 billion soul flag and quickly ran away. However, Tuo Sen's speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Wang Lin and his gloomy voice entered Wang Lin's ears. You can't run away, Wang Lin. I've been waiting for this day to devour your inherited memories for a very long time. Wang Lin's face was gloomy. He flipped his right hand and the battle axe appeared in his hand. He turned around and poured all the celestial force in his body into the battle axe. A 30-meter-long battle axe aura filled with dense celestial force pierced through the sky. Everything between heaven and earth was sliced open by the battle axe, as if it was splitting the sky open. However, the eyes of Tuo Sen's illusionary figure flickered as he pointed forward with his right index finger, causing the battle axe aura to collapse. Wang Lin immediately backed off with a pale face. He put away the battle axe and took out the 1 billion soul flag. He shook it and said coldly, "Fuse." With one word, all the souls in the 1 billion soul flag, apart from the ones chasing after Lu Mei, began to fuse at a crazy speed. The speed of the fusion was almost instantaneous. To be continued. Chapter 467. In an instant, all of the soul fragments and primary souls fused into one before Wang Lin. A soul fragment that gave off a golden-purple glow suddenly appeared. The aura coming from his body was that of an early-stage ascendant cultivator. After he appeared, He waved his right hand and his body went from illusory to corporeal. After summoning the Ascendant Soul, Wang Lin quickly retreated without any hesitation. He knew that this Ascendant Soul couldn't defeat his opponent. Wang Lin was well aware of this. "Oh? You really do have some skill. No wonder you were able to steal the inheritance of memories when you were only at the core formation stage. However, if I hadn't obtained that drop of blood, this thing might have been able to delay me a bit, but now that I've obtained that drop of blood, this thing won't be able to stop me at all." Tuo Sen's red hair moved without any wind and a domineering aura spread out from his body. Tuo Sen let out a wild laugh as he took a step forward. At the same time, he raised his right fist and threw a punch. This punch looked normal, but Yongzi and Zhukezhi's expressions were very ugly. The two of them were seriously injured by this person's punch and were knocked away, forcing them to retreat. The Ascendant Soul's eyes lit up and his right hand reached out. A purple lance appeared in his hand and he threw it forward. At the same time, he grabbed Wang Lin and disappeared. This was Wang Lin's goal. He didn't fuse with the Ascendant Soul to fight, but to use his Ascendant cultivation to increase his speed of escape. The spear pierced through the air and collided with Tuo Sen's fist. A loud rumbling sound rang out as the spear shattered inch by inch. Cracks spread across its surface, and in the blink of an eye, the spear was completely destroyed. Tuo Sen's body didn't move at all. He coldly looked at where Wang Lin disappeared and revealed a cruel smile. His right hand reached out and he shouted, "Come back!" A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky. The whirlpool rotated slowly, and an unbelievably strong suction force immediately filled the sky. As Wang Lin ran, his body was pulled back like crazy. In almost an instant, he was 1,000 feet away from Tuo Senior. "I told you, you can't escape." Tuo Sen took a step forward, crossed 1,000 feet, and threw a punch. Wang Lin's expression was ugly. A sense of death filled his heart. This feeling was very strong, and his eyes revealed a hint of determination. With a thought, the Ascendant Soul suddenly turned around and waved its hand. A strange seal appeared in the air. The moment the seal appeared, it released a shocking aura. The Ascendant Soul's eyes lit up and its body turned into a ray of black light that fused with the seal. At this moment, the seal was as black as ink. An ancient voice came from the Ascendant Soul, "Shatter." Shattering spell. All the soul fragments exploded, creating an unimaginable impact. A destructive aura came from the seal. This aura wasn't strong, but for the first time, Tuo Sen's expression changed. He immediately withdrew his fist and was about to retreat. However, it was too late. The countless soul fragments and primary souls inside the 1 billion soul flag exploded at the same time. This kind of explosion was even more violent than the explosion of a condensed Ascendant Soul. The black seal moved like lightning and shattered a few dozen feet away from Tuo Senator. A black ripple spread out like crazy. This ripple seemed to have a mind of its own. Instead of spreading to other places, it charged toward Tuo Sen. A heaven-shattering sound that could pierce through the entire Rosefinch's tomb suddenly echoed. At this moment, not only the people inside Rosefinch's tomb, but everyone in the entire Suzaku could feel this aura that contained the power to destroy the world. Tuo Sen's figure was thrown back like a meteor. 1,000 feet away, Tuo Sen's body collapsed. The eyes of the little monkey inside his body dimmed. It closed its eyes and died. However, the shadow formed by the red light condensed once more after it dissipated. Although it looked like it would dissipate with a gust of wind, the aura of a powerful cultivator was still coming from it. "I didn't expect you to have such a magical treasure. Wang Lin, I underestimated you." Tuo Sen's voice came from the shadow, and it was filled with a deep chill. Inside the 1 billion soul flag, apart from the 4 primary souls that were chasing after Lu Mei, the power of the explosion of the other souls was still unable to completely destroy Tuo Sen's soul. This Tuo Sen's strength was too strong. Wang Lin felt bitter in his heart. He let out a sigh and raised his right hand to touch the space between his eyebrows. He wasn't sure if the heaven-defying bead could hide from Tuo Sen's pursuit. Let's see where you can run to this time. Tuo Sen's body slowly condensed, and he took a step forward. However, at this moment, a beam of light suddenly leaped out from the sea. It was so fast that it arrived 10 feet away from Tuo Sen in the blink of an eye. The beam of light dissipated, revealing the masked man. He reached out his right hand and pressed it toward Tuo Sen. His eyes were filled with a strange light as he said, "Seal." Tuo Sen's expression changed. He stared at the masked man and retreated once more. The masked man's eyes lit up and 5 rays of light shot out from his fingers. The 5 rays of light turned into 5 chains that moved like crazy. In the blink of an eye, the 5 chains trembled and turned into 5 giant seals. They overlapped with each other and chased after Ta Senior. "If you weren't injured, I naturally wouldn't be able to seal you. But now that you've been injured by the explosion of the Ascendant Soul, I can seal you." The overlapping seals flashed and closed in on Tuo Sen. Tuo Sen's expression changed greatly as he retreated once more and shouted, "Who are you?" The masked man didn't say a word. A mysterious light flashed in his eyes and the seals suddenly disappeared. However, they immediately appeared behind Tuo Sen and imprinted themselves on Tuo Sen's back. Tuo Sen suddenly raised his head, and a mouthful of red mist came out from his mouth. His body slowly dissipated until he completely disappeared. However, the red mist in the sky didn't dissipate. It churned until it turned into Tuo Sen's face. He stared at the masked man and roared, "I don't care who you are. Once I escape, I'll definitely kill you." The surging red mist paused for a moment, then turned into specks of red crystal light. Suddenly, they scattered in all directions like red rain, falling in all directions. The masked man made a grasping motion with his right hand, and as the red crystal disappeared, motes of white light appeared. The motes of white light gathered together to form a white crystal which fell into the masked man's hand. At the same time, the iron sword Qian Feng had taken out condensed from the void, and was held by this person. He carefully looked at the iron sword before putting it away. Wang Lin stared at the masked man and his heart trembled. At this moment, not only him, but everyone's gazes were locked onto this person. Yunque Zi's eyes were filled with monstrous terror. He immediately recognized that this person was a cultivator, but he couldn't see through this person's cultivation. It has to be said that he could more or less see through late-stage ascendant cultivators. If there was someone he couldn't see through, then that person's cultivation was definitely above the ascendant stage. Thinking about this, Yunque Zi's heart trembled. Rosefinch's eyes narrowed as he stared at this person, especially at the white crystal in his hand. Thinking about how this person had pulled the crystal back from the void, Rosefinch's body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he said, You are. The masked man let out a sigh. He looked at Rosefinch and calmly said, Rosefinch, do you know the anchor? Yunque Zi looked at this person and muttered to himself, Yi Wuyo? Not the first-generation Rosefinch. Don't make wild guesses. Rosefinch immediately interrupted Yunque Zi. He respectfully looked at the masked man and said, Junior greets the Alliance Messenger. Junior knows he was wrong. Alliance Messenger. Cultivation Alliance Messenger. Yunque Zi sucked in a breath of cold air. Son Rosefinch, your lifespan is about to end, so you should return. There is no need to force yourself to stay. Attempting to destroy the cultivation planet crystal is a taboo in the Cultivation Alliance. Since you had your reasons, we won't pursue this matter. You can return. The masked man's voice was calm as he spoke. Rosefinch's face was filled with bitterness as he silently nodded. His eyes lit up and he said, Lord Messenger, I can return, but this forsaken immortal clan. The masked man said, I'll deal with it myself. Rose Finch took a deep breath as he sat down in the lotus position and closed his eyes. He still had a bitter smile on his face. Return. His lifespan was about to end, so he used Qian Feng's lifespan to temporarily save it. Now that he saw the messenger from the Cultivation Alliance, he had to give up everything. As he closed his eyes, he vaguely remembered that the first-generation Rosefinch, Yi Wuyo, said that there was always a messenger from the Cultivation Alliance stationed on Suzak. The messenger was very well hidden, very well hidden. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly backed up. Just at this moment, the masked man turned around. He looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "Brother Dainiu, do you not remember me?" Wang Lin was startled as he stared at this person. Shortly after, his eyes lit up. The masked man placed his right hand on the mask and slowly took it off, revealing his true appearance. "It's you." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. "It has been many years since we last met. Brother Dainiu is still as handsome as ever. However, there is one thing I don't understand. Why did you refuse to let Wei be the next Rosefinch's son?" Suzaku, Sea of Devils, land of the ancient god, Tuo Sun suddenly raised his head. There was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, but it soon disappeared and was replaced by a monstrous, red light. "You can break my divine sense, but you can't stop me from escaping." In front of him, a drop of dark red blood slowly appeared. Tuo Sun stared at the drop of blood and revealed a gloomy expression. "With this, it won't be long before I can leave this place. Wang Lin, I'll let you off this time, but next time, you won't be able to escape. Along with my wife and daughter, I wish everyone happiness, health and safety in the coming year, and I wish everyone good luck and good luck. There were a lot of things to do before the new year, and I had a hard time dealing with them. The quality of Inuezi's writing has dropped, and I'm really sorry. Once the new year is over and everything settles down, I promise it won't be like this. Suzaku's story is about to come to an end. Everyone, please wait and see how Wang Lin will make a name for himself on planet Tianyun. The new year is coming, so I have a small request. If everyone is willing to give me face, please tip me some Qidian coins. It doesn't need to be much, just 100 coins will do. During the new year, let's fill up the comment section with tips as a good luck sign for the new year. This is Ear Jen's personal request. Thank you, everyone. To be continued. Chapter 468. Wang Lin's pupils shrank and he calmly said, "Emoji. That's me. Brother Dainiu, you still haven't answered my question." The burly man took off his mask. It was the person who discussed life and death with Wang Lin back in the temple. Wang Lin calmly said, "Wang's ambition is not with Rosefinch." At this moment, his heart was clear. The reason the white crystal flew toward him had a lot to do with this person. Emoji looked at Wang Lin, shook his head, and sighed. "Unfortunately, since Brother Dainiu has made up his mind, then I won't try to persuade you anymore." His eyes suddenly revealed a hint of confusion, and it took a while for the light to return to his eyes. This time, his gaze landed on Yunzi. "Forsaken Immortal Clan, I can give you 1/3 of Suzaku's territory, but every 1,000 years, you must give me the skull of a 9-leaf or higher cultivator. Yunzi, do you agree?" Yunzi felt bitter in his heart. He didn't have the qualifications to refuse. The person before him represented the Cultivation Alliance, and the Forsaken Immortal Clan couldn't resist at all. He heavily nodded. Yunzi seemed to have aged and his eyes dimmed. Just at this moment, waves appeared at the bottom of the sea. The collapse of Rosefinch's tomb began once more. As the waves raged, Emoji raised his right hand and the white crystal in his hand released a bright, white light. This light instantly lit up the entire world and spread into Rosefinch's tomb. Then it continued to spread like tens of thousands of horses galloping. In the blink of an eye, the entire tomb was illuminated. Emoji softly said, "Close." With one word, the collapse immediately stopped. Pieces of land that had turned into nothingness reformed once more, and the rifts in the dimension quickly closed. After 10 breaths of time, the entire rosefinch's tomb was completely restored. Emoji looked at the white crystal in his hand and threw it into the sea. The crystal immediately sank into the sea and disappeared. Then, he pointed at the place where Rosefinch's son had passed away. A heart-shaped crystal slowly floated out from the top of Rosefinch's son's head. There were many deep cracks on the crystal, and it looked like it could shatter at any time. But at this moment the cracks were strangely closing. After the 3 disasters, the heart-shaped crystal stone returned to normal, without any cracks. The next son of Rosefinch. Emoji's gaze shifted from Wang Lin to Zhou Wutai. Zhou Wutai's heart was beating wildly. He was extremely excited and his body couldn't help but tremble. The Azure Dragon bloodline is a suitable candidate. Unfortunately, his cultivation hasn't reached the soul transformation stage yet. Emoji's gaze moved away from Zhou Wutai. This time, he looked at Zxian, who was cultivating beside Zhou Wutai. Cultivation furnace. It was a coincidence that I was able to steal it. This is quite rare. Emoji's eyes lit up and he was about to make a decision. Zhou Wutai bitterly smiled and let out a sigh. He knew that his cultivation wasn't high enough and he had no hope of obtaining the title of Rosefinch's son. Cultivation furnace. This matter is strange. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had some entanglements with Zxian, and the two of them were more enemies than friends. He could immediately see the problem with Zxian's body. He didn't know what happened between Zxian and Qianfeng, but she was Qianfeng's cultivation furnace. He had killed Qianfeng, but he didn't know why this woman became his cultivation furnace. Wang Lin couldn't see through this. He had cultivated for a long time, but he didn't know what kind of technique could achieve this kind of effect. This kind of method was very strange, and any strange technique like this would have a fatal flaw. Wang Lin's gaze swept past Yongzi. He was certain that all of this was related to this person. Wang Lin pondered a bit and said, "Lord Messenger." Emoji looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin pondered a bit and said, "Just because I haven't reached the soul transformation stage doesn't mean I won't be able to." After he finished speaking, Zxian, who was cultivating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes and coldly stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin could clearly feel Qianfeng's aura from her body. Zxian coldly said, "Wang Lin, what do you mean by that?" Wang Lin looked at the woman with a calm gaze and said, "Junior, when I started cultivating, you weren't even born yet and you were still wet behind the ears." "Shut up." Zxian's eyes became cold and she stood up. The aura of a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator spread out from her body. She stared at Wang Lin and said, "Wang Lin, back then you sent me into a spatial rift and almost died. I've always remembered this. Before, your cultivation was very high, but now your 1 billion soul flag has been destroyed and you're only at the early stage of soul transformation. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping my hand." Wang Lin coldly looked at Zxian with a hint of mockery and calmly said, "What if I agree to become Rosefinch's son?" After he said this, Zxian was startled. She stared at Wang Lin and struggled in her heart. After a while, she lowered her head and no longer spoke. If Wang Lin really became Rosefinch's son, then she wouldn't be able to resist if Rosefinch wanted to kill her. At this moment, she bitterly found that she had always been afraid of Wang Lin. Even now, after obtaining Qianfeng's cultivation, this feeling still existed. Emoji faintly smiled as he looked at Wang Lin and said, "Brother Dainyu, do you want to become Rosefinch's son?" Wang Lin calmly said, "Lord Messenger, even if I become Rosefinch's son, I will still pass this title to him." Wang Lin pointed at Zhou Wutai. When Zhou Wutai heard this, his body trembled and his gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with gratitude. Emoji faintly smiled. From his point of view, the title of Rosefinch's son was too insignificant. It could be given to anyone, and it had nothing to do with him. On the other hand, he was very interested in Wang Lin. After pondering for a bit, Emoji pointed at Zhou Wutai, and the heart-shaped crystal floating before him flew toward Zhou Wutai. Zhou Wutai's body trembled as the heart-shaped crystal entered his body like lightning and sank into his forehead. Go into closed-door cultivation here for a year and comprehend the Rosefinch seal. From now on, you will be the 15th generation Rosefinch's son. However, I haven't broken the seal on the cultivation planet crystal yet, so that's it. As Emoji spoke, he waved his sleeves and Yunzi and Zxian's figures disappeared. At the same time, Zhou Wutai's body gradually sank into the bottom of the sea and disappeared. At this moment, only Emoji and Wang Lin remained. Wang Lin pondered a bit, then clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks." Emoji laughed and said, "Brother Dainyu, who knows, I might need your help in the future. Don't refuse me at that time. I'm also going to leave Suzaku and return to the Cultivation Alliance. If there is a chance in the future, we will meet again. Let's go, we will leave together." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he shook his head. "Lord Messenger, Wang still has some matters to take care of in Rosefinch's tomb." Emoji revealed a smile that wasn't a smile as he nodded and pressed his right hand down. A red mark appeared before him and he said, "Remember this mark. When you want to leave, use your celestial spiritual energy to form this mark and you will be able to leave." Emoji looked meaningfully at Wang Lin, then he took a step and disappeared. At this moment, Wang Lin was the only one left. Ian Wan Heir's soul pieces have been obtained. The next son of Rosefinch in Suzaku is Zhou Wutai. This person cares a lot about favors, and I owe him a favor. Even if I leave, he will take care of the people related to me. As a result, I can relax. This was the reason he wanted Zhou Wutai to become the son of Rosefinch, so he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Wang Lin pondered a bit and then quickly flew off into the distance. Not long after he flew, he saw 3 rays of black light coming from the horizon. They turned into 3 primary souls in front of Wang Lin, including the Qilin's soul. A flash of coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He waved his right hand and the soul scroll appeared in his hand. With a sweep, he collected the 3 primary souls. This Lu Mei really does have some skills. She actually destroyed one of the 4 primary souls. This woman has already left Rosefinch's tomb. Once I leave, I will definitely kill her. From beginning to end, I have no enmity with this woman, but she has provoked me several times and even teamed up with Qian Feng to kill me. I can't let her live. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he made a decision. As for the dream he had with Lu Mei, it didn't affect Wang Lin's decision at all. In reality, it was just as Lu Mei had said. Aside from Li Muan, Wang Lin's heart was emotionless towards women. The price of this trip to Rosefinch's tomb was too high. Only 3 primary souls remain from the 1 billion soul flag. The rest of the souls have all perished. The power of the flag has greatly decreased. However, if I have enough souls, I can definitely repair the flag. It's a pity that wandering souls can't enter it, or else it would be a lot easier to repair. The cultivation planet crystal is very important. There must be a reason why it can be used to evolve the G realm. The most important thing right now is to find Su Ligua and find that half-moon blade. I must obtain it. Wang Lin had been searching for Su Ligua ever since he released him. After a moment of comprehension, he found where Su Ligua was. He took a step, turned into a cloud of green smoke, and flew off into the distance. The matter with Rosefinch's tomb came to an end. As for the Forsaken Immortal clan, after Yunzi came out from Rosefinch's tomb, the entire clan retreated and occupied a continent to the northwest of Suzaku. They settled there and didn't casually come into contact with other cultivators. Many cultivators died in the war on Suzaku. At this moment, all the sects in the cultivation countries withered and began to accept large amounts of disciples. Many people who weren't suitable for cultivation were accepted by the sections. Amongst them, there were some people with extremely high natural talent that were unearthed by some sects and taken to be treasures. They were trained diligently and prepared to be fostered into the backbone of the sect. Of all the cultivators on Suzaku, there was only one early-stage ascendant cultivator left. This person was the ancestor of the earth-shattering sect. He was in closed-door cultivation all day and didn't care about the outside world. Although he was unwilling, because Zhou Wutai was chosen by the Cultivation Alliance to be the next Rosefinch, he could only accept it. 1 year later, Zhou Wutai walked out from Rosefinch's tomb. Although he was only at the peak of the late stage of soul formation when he used the Rosefinch seal, he could threaten soul transformation cultivators. He became the person with the lowest cultivation level among all the titled cultivators. Perhaps it was because he knew that his cultivation level was too low. He immediately went into closed-door cultivation on Rosefinch's mountain. The entirety of Suzaku revealed its long-lost calmness. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.